they're back. But the people I were reading this weekend were making it sound like Bronny James was not guaranteed, to be a starter, would be coming off the bench, and if that would sit well with Bronny James and or his dad.
Well, his dad was visible at a lot of his games, but a lot of those games I think were like summer league games when the Lakers weren't playing. But with him playing there in L.A. and LeBron being in L.A., there's a chance his dad will be pretty visible at a lot of those Trojans games. So it is going to be weird if his dad is at the game and Bronny's not getting a ton of playing time. That is going to be kind of a weird look because there will always be cameras on LeBron.
Most famous player, football or basketball, in college that had a famous dad, NFL or NBA player. Peyton Manning?
Yeah. I mean, Archie was not a Hall of Famer, I don't think, right? But
that seemed to have come a little bit before, the days where...
Lamar Ball.
Yeah, the balls. I'm just trying to think.
I mean, Barry Bonds at Arizona State was really good.
Yeah.
And, his dad, Bobby.
But even in the 90s when Peyton was there, that was before the pros really started to influence who the coaches were. And that was sort of the early days of when Michael Jordan could pick his coaches. And now everybody seems like they do.
And this doesn't get in the same discussion as the James, LeBron and Bronny or the Mannings. But Howie Long was he was a kind of an unknown player at Villanova, but a really good player for the L.A. Raiders. And Chris Long was a really good college player at Virginia.
No, Chris Long was a really good NFL player.
He was.
The problem was he got drafted by the Rams.
Yeah.
And it was during the Rams' terrible years. And then when he went to the Patriots, he won a Super Bowl. When he went to the Eagles, he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he was a good player at Virginia. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah. He was the number 2 overall.
Yeah.
In fact, Howie was not as big a college player as his son was.
Oh, not at all, because he played at Villanova. I mean, he was an off-the-beaten-path guy. When Howie was on the show a couple of weeks ago, he told us the story of having to run the 40-yard dash. He had to start next to Raleigh Massimino's office in a hallway just so they could get 40 yards to run. I mean, that was how bad a program he played in.
That's worth going back and listening to our interview with Howie Long, wherever you get your podcast with the show here. So that'll be interesting. Real quick answer. The Omaha newspaper asked this over the weekend. They're talking about Creighton. Would you rather have your team make it to the Elite Eight or win their conference championship, regular season conference championship?
Elite Eight. Yeah.
So that was in the Omaha paper where
That's
Creighton,
a weird question they're asking.
Well, Creighton made it to the Elite Eight, but they didn't win their conference.
That's an easy answer.
Yeah, I don't even think twice about that.
But knowing that you can't go to the Final Four, you're going to end your season in the Elite Eight. Would you rather be a champion?
Yeah, I guess you think of it that way. If I'm a conference champion, everything's still in front of me, or I know my season ends at the Elite Eight.
I mean, you're at least a champion. You're going to hang a banner as Alabama, SEC champion.
Oh, sure. They'll hang the banner. SEC and SEC tournament. Yeah,
the Elite Eight. Going to that, because that's basically a championship game to win a region to go to a Final Four.
But you're going to lose it.
Okay.
So you'd still rather be there. Was an interesting debate. And they got their poll question up wherever you get your Omaha newspapers online.
What's Katie Couric up to today?
There's an epidemic in America on loneliness. That's what was
loneliness.
Yeah, we're lonelier now than we've ever been in the history of this country, according to scientists. An epidemic, she calls it, and it's all because.
But it's so easy to connect.
Of our phones. It's so easy to connect.
It's also easy to disconnect.
It's made us lonely. Like if you've got kids, they know now when they're not part of the in-group or not at a party or anything. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Don't be lonely. Stay with us. 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, Be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on all our platforms as we get rolling along. We got baseball in the state of Alabama at two minor league ballparks. If you want to get out and catch Alabama and Auburn tonight, Alabama and Montgomery, Auburn over in Hoover. Little sneak peek for the newly nationally ranked Auburn Tigers to get a look at the venue of the SEC baseball tournament coming up. We're out at Regions, the PGA Tour stop for the Champions League starting tomorrow. That's at Greystone, so that's coming up a little bit this week. We got football win totals we're excited about. We'll get to that on the show today. But we start with a gambling culture and another story that has popped up that sort of hit local for us last week with the Alabama baseball coach being dismissed. And now it's jumping to another state. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler the intern, Taylor Korn on social media. We talked about this a little bit last week, off the air a little bit, about the gambling culture in America and what big business it always has been and has grown into. And now we moved from Alabama and the baseball coach, who seemed to be manipulating some games according to reports, or at least that's the perception, to the state of Iowa, where 41 collegiate athletes, and Iowa State admits that it involves 15 of its current student athletes, have been red flagged, basically, under investigation for gambling on sports. No details about their bets, but you just wonder if this is the tip of the iceberg of what's going to be a big story here for the next few months before we get to college football season.
Well, you know what put this on the radar was an Iowa-Ohio State baseball game. And again, I can't believe so many people are betting on baseball. And, you know, maybe this is what it is. These are getting red flagged because baseball hasn't been in the fold before, and significant amounts of money. You know, the word was the connection with Bohannon came and wanted to wager. I mean, people said it was six figures, which is impossible to believe.
I know. I was told again this weekend, though, of a number that is six figures, and that number alone was the red flag.
Well, it would be, because if you go to the window, they obviously know you typically don't do this if you're trying to put, let's just say it's $100,000 on a game that's going to be maxed out at $1,000. I mean, that's an automatic red flag. Again, these are weird stories to me. You know, Iowa is one of 33 states now that has legalized gambling, sports gambling.
But, I mean, the fact that we're getting into this in college baseball makes me concerned that this is the tip of the iceberg on a major scandal in all of college baseball.
Yeah.
That Brad Bohannon and now these players in Iowa, why college baseball? I mean, again, we talked about it with Brad Bohannon. The totals are so low, it just doesn't seem like you could make any money doing this. It's not worth, again, the juice is not worth the squeeze. You could do this in some other sports. I fear that there's underlying in all this, there is a big time scandal that's going to bring down a lot of teams.
Can I say that maybe these are popping up in baseball because there's so few bets? In baseball, they're easier to flag.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. That was the point I was trying to make.
The U.S. Integrity, whatever that council is, that sort of oversees this and apparently is working, is red flagging all this. But these are athletes, according to reports: baseball, football, men's basketball, track and field, wrestling. It looks like all men's sports involved with Iowa and Iowa State. It was the baseball coach that made the news at Alabama. But in the NFL, you know, two former Alabama receivers are the most recent ones. They're not the only ones, but the most recent ones for us that made the headlines, with Calvin Ridley, who got suspended a year, Jamison Williams for 6 days.
6 games.
6 games, I mean. So it ends up being a different avenues for this. But for a college athlete, if you're not familiar with the rules, you don't have to be betting on your sport. It's any sport. And I don't know if this is just going to be an awakening where we've got to go back over with the rules of the rules with everybody and point out that, hey, look, 41 people got red flagged here at Iowa. The baseball coach called somebody. You can't be involved with gambling at all. And that's from, ADs to, I would assume even like spirit leaders all the way down. If you're involved in college athletics, you can't place a bet anywhere, period.
Last week it was me talking about if you're going to walk the path of sin, get a burner
phone. So I was talking to a friend of mine today who said that might be the hardest he's ever laughed at our show, was when you said that.
Well, I don't want to I don't want to induce criminal activity. I don't want to prop it up. But if you are going to wager, don't leave a paper trail. Well, the problem's got to be, you've got to be able to connect the dots. And one of the problems now is people don't deal in cash. Our legal tender really has become Venmo. It's become credit cards, PayPal. So even if I'm playing for Iowa State and you're just my roommate, a buddy, but you put the bet in under FanDuel and then I Venmo you money, there's a paper trail.
There's no doubt. Not necessarily an electronic trail, not really a paper trail.
Well, surely you're smart enough to do like I do with Lunsford. And when I send him $20, I put like pizza or
that'll throw him off.
A golf ball or a cake. Happy birthday, Lunsford.
Yeah.
Here's $30 for my poker losses.
But even I don't Venmo anymore because mine got hacked a couple times, and I just told them shut her on down if I can't trust you to take care of that. And I use the one my bank uses, right? The electronic transfer my bank uses.
So your Venmo got hacked?
Oh yeah.
Oof.
Oh, I didn't have any. I only had like $100 in the account. See, I didn't leave money in my Venmo account. I would move it to my bank because I trust my bank is FDIC insured. I don't know about Venmo, right?
Yeah, no, I've heard that Venmo gets, and Lunsford can chime in because he probably knows this. He seems to have an answer to everything.
It's a simple mind.
Seemed like a little shot right there.
I mean, I think Venmo is known for your Venmo getting hacked because I think it was you that told me one time not to leave too much money in Venmo.
I mean, I always leave a little bit because I don't want to pull it out of my bank account, but you don't just need to sit there. And it's the same with crypto too. You don't just need to leave a ton sitting in one wallet. You need to spread it out, diversify, and then put it somewhere a little safer, like under your mattress.
Yeah, I try to get Maggie to not leave a ton in the checking account that we use for our debit cards because, I share Brown's experience with, I don't know if it was a debit card or a checking incident. I said, man, Brown got hacked and that checking account still comes back and haunts him, years later. Yeah.
Oh, and it's happened again after my wife's purse got stolen, by the way. I'm 2 for 2 on that. So
I'm always like, when we're going to gas, don't use our debit card because those things seem to be open to problems.
But Venmo, I had $100 in there. I'd been in some sort of pool or something and somebody had paid the $100 and I just left it in there and it got removed, but they flagged it. So they called me. I had to go through all the stuff to get the $100 back. And then there was like this series of attempted logins on my account. And I just moved the $100 out and said, y'all shut it down. And my bank offers Zelle, which is basically Venmo, except it's backed by the bank. So if something bad happens, the bank takes care of it. And I don't even remember where I was going with that now.
Well, I'll just say this. I've only had positive experiences so far, knock on wood, with Venmo. But I did Venmo the wrong person.
Yeah, Kevin, you guys are on fire in the Coca-Cola Zero chat room early on. Kevin goes, diversify your portfolio. Best lesson I ever learned from the Wu-Tang Clan.
Diversification is important. But I Venmo'd the wrong person $300, and immediately, this was during COVID, I texted the guy and I was like, did you get it? And he's like, no. So I went back and I had missed it by one letter or number. And so then I immediately started hitting the guy up on Venmo. Hey man, I sent you this $300 by accident. Can you send it back? No response.
He basically told you negative. Yep.
Ever? Never ever got it back?
Never got it back. But I did reach out to customer support at Venmo, and they said, hey, look, you would be surprised at how often this happens. We give you one pass, and they reimbursed me by $300.
Oh, so Superior Thruster is right. We were in a meeting the other day where this came up with our friends from Bryant Bank that the Fed is coming out with basically a Venmo
to put them out of business.
Well, I mean, it's going to have. I mean, this is going to be government. I mean, the government gets nothing right, so I'm not certain why we want to hand it over to them too.
Because it'll be FDI insured.
Well,
right?
I mean, that is going to be the benefit of it. Yeah,
and isn't it going to be 3 cents per transaction?
No, I don't think there's any transaction.
Oh, I thought there was 3 cents.
I don't think so. I'm not certain.
It's got to be taxed or something. Jay Perry is watching us in Dallas. Thank you guys for watching us all over the globe. Says, Brown, if you will just pass along your checking account number, your routing number, and your Social Security number, he'll look into taking care of that for you.
If you can find the old boy that stole my wife's purse, he's got all that for her.
No problem. But gambling culture, where are you guys? What's your temperature on a concern? Because in my opinion, we as a society, we're making too much money off of the gambling industry, right? ESPN and Fox and all the conferences, all the pro leagues. We're making too much money off of gambling. So I think it's going to be, these stories are going to be basically the cost of doing business, right? We're gonna have these stories, the Brad Bohannon stories, the Iowa stories, these stories, the Jameson Williams, the Calvin Ridleys, the other guys for the Lions whose names I don't remember because they didn't play at Alabama, who got kicked off or cut from the Lions. We're going to have these type stories as we move deeper and deeper into a gambling society.
Well, yeah, because you have access to another vice.
Right.
And all I would say is I don't necessarily think this is affecting the integrity of a game and an outcome of a game. What it is these athletes were told if you are involved in athletics, you can't bet on anything collegiate or professionally.
Yeah.
And so it could be just as simple as, these 26 University of Iowa athletes are betting on the NBA playoffs right now.
That's right. Or they could have been betting on baseball, maybe not even an Iowa baseball game, or they could be betting on the NHL, or who knows? They may have been I don't know how DraftKings or any of them work on the NCAA March Madness brackets, but it's so easy. I wonder where does DraftKings fall in all this? Like, how we play fantasy sports for money. Is that gambling?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, that's gambling.
Now, whether or not they can play fantasy sports, I don't know.
You don't remember,
it is gambling.
I mean, it got shut down in Alabama for a while, the DraftKings, because they determined it gambling. And I remember we had Luther Strange on the show, and I mean, he kept kicking the can down the road, but I mean that got shut down in Alabama.
But that's what I'm asking. Does that get an athlete?
I don't know.
In this conversation,
I don't know. I'm not an athlete. I don't know.
That's what I want to see more details. Like the Brad Bohannon, we still don't have enough details. You've got the speculation that there was a associate or friend of his,
former high school baseball coach,
that had bet this $100,000 or whatever. But I still don't, I still don't get exactly all. And there's no details when it comes to this Iowa State.
I'm not naive enough, though, to think that this just started. I think that the legalization, now we catch it. Like, I think this has been going on for a long time.
So almost the system is working.
The system is working. I mean, that's the reason Brad Bohannon is fired today is because gambling is legalized, which means once the government wants to get tax money from it, they're going to watch it like a hawk. And you've got regulations, and Brad Bohannon and his associate were dumb enough to do what they did. It's going to get caught. I mean, the government's not going to lose.
Yeah, but it's so accessible. So there's so many more people gambling, because you guys would be shocked to know how many people reached out to me before, like MyBookie, in different avenues and venues to actually gamble on. People would be like, hey, do you have a local bookmaker that I can use?
Oh, Brody in the Coke Zero chat room, I think every sport, not named basketball and football in college, is at risk because they're not profitable. Football and basketball make so much money with the TV deals, so Overwatch on the others get put aside. So
I would disagree with that. I think the Overwatch is coming from the government. It's coming from whoever regulates the gambling. The schools are powerless in this. I don't think the schools have anybody anywhere close to sophisticated enough to handle this. This is going to be handled on the regulation side. And I mean, the NFL is infinitely more powerful than college football, right? They've got infinitely more resources. And how did they catch? I mean, again, Jameson Williams was legally betting. He was just doing it from inside the facility. How did they catch that? Did somebody in the facility know? Or was it flagged elsewhere? Calvin Ridley, did somebody with the Falcons know, or did it get flagged elsewhere?
Well, I think he used his name.
He did, but I'm saying, did the Falcons discover it, or was it discovered by someone that's...
I think it's the oversight.
It's the oversight. It's on the regulation side, and that's how this is going to get caught. So, I mean, that's why you have these situations, is that there's government oversight in this.
I really don't worry about the integrity of the game. I mean, the only way this could work is, let's say that you had a pitcher for we'll throw out Mississippi State. So I saw some highlights from Mississippi State. If a pitcher from Mississippi State decided that he wanted to make $1,000 and he was just going to go out there and get lit up, that's the only way you could do it. Like,
no movement on my 87-mile-an-hour fastball.
yeah, he's just
I'm throwing BP today, Coach.
just flat right down the pipe.
Jim, you don't look like yourself today.
But like, even if I was a local bookmaker, I couldn't be in cahoots with one of these guys and make any money. Like, it just wouldn't be, risk versus reward. Because again, you got to go spread this out. Like, you can only bet $1,000 on a game at different casinos or sports books, and it's going to get flagged.
Tell us about Slice, and you say that. I'm going to pull up an old Dennis Dodd story, because I think Dennis Dodd, maybe it was this past year, maybe it was the year before, wrote a story one time. I forget how many college football games that this oversight committee said they flag every week for gambling improprieties. I'll see if I can find the article. Tell us about Slice.
It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. My late friend Jeff Bajaya is the guy that created this. The first concept came in Lakeview, and then Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. His brothers continue to run this incredible concept that is Slice Pizza. Get in, go see Jason, Chris, Bajaya, and enjoy some of those specialty pizzas, from the Hot Mama to the Wing and a Prayer, the Bajaya Special. You're going to absolutely love it. Everybody talks about the wings. The wings are incredible, and you can get that takeout special 7 days a week, 12 wings, 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of salad, only $75. Stop by one of the 4 locations for lunch or dinner, or go online, check out the menu right now, slicebirmingham.com.
Dennis Dodd back on November 17th of 2022, so this past football season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
The headline, College Sports Overlooked Gambling Issue, Improprieties Being Ignored as Betting Soars Nationwide. And I'll just read you the open paragraph. On any given college football Saturday, Matt Holt will flag approximately 5 games for gambling improprieties. That equates to about 8% of weekly contests, raising enough suspicion of game fixing and or point shaving that a closer look is required. And here's the quote from the guy. When we send an alert to every operator and regulator across the country, we're pretty sure there is something happening here that is not good, said Holt, the founder and CEO of U.S. Integrity, which oversees corruption in the gaming industry. That's 5 games every Saturday, approximately 15 to 18 per month, according to Holt. Improprieties are going on right now. Anyone who says that's not happening is naive to the marketplace.
Okay, well, give me some examples.
Well,
what are the improprieties?
Did they give examples?
Uh,
Well, it's some of this though, like if you're in this, is there just some, there's a certain level in any retail of acceptable loss, right? Like when you go in the retail business, you just understand people are going to shoplift. You're going to have people that buy products, use them, and return them, and you're probably not going to be able to resell them. Like you just have to factor that in. Is this factored in? Like if we're going to have, how many college football games are on the card every Saturday? 80?
Oh,
No, it's
not 80.
that many.
Yeah,
60?
probably 60. Yeah.
All right, there's 60 games on the card every Saturday in college football. I'm just going to accept that 4 or 5 of them are probably, there's a chance that there's some sort of compromise in there. But I'm able to ensure that the other, 55 are safe to play, right? So there's just going to be some acceptable loss in there, as long as it's not too big, as long as I don't think, the referees are fixing a game, or a quarterback is throwing a game, or a pitcher is throwing a game, we just move on.
And by the way, you ain't getting the toothpaste back in the tube.
it's too much money here.
Yeah, it's way too much money. And I think it's even more money than they speculated that it would actually be. And that's why we've gotten to 33 states. This thing continues to grow. And although we are archaic in this beautiful state of Alabama, sooner or later we will have legalized gambling.
Well, the in Bruce's, not Bruce, Dennis's story here at CBSSports.com from back in November, the Tulane Sports Law School director, Gabe Feldman, says there'll come a day, he believes in his lifetime, that some school somewhere will decide to put a betting kiosk inside stadiums. Basically what we saw at the Great American Ballpark and such like that.
Bohannon was made.
That at some point, the money being made in gambling and it being legalized now in 33 states, at some point, you'll be able to wager from the stadium, a college stadium.
Well, you probably remember this. There was a time in Alabama where you would go and you would vote, and you would vote for your local city council, and at the same time you would vote wet or dry in that county.
Yeah.
And now we've got at the majority of these venues, they serve alcohol now. You never would have thought in a million years that they would be serving alcohol at SEC stadiums. So, yeah, this is not going to surprise me at all.
Go ahead.
We're going to talk to Dan Wetzel coming up about the NBA playoffs.
I just wanted to make a quick point about how we can't expect that this is going to end, and I'm going to make the point in a weird way, but trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. Rockstar, To Catch a Predator, was what was old boy's name that used to do that?
Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen. Pretty popular show, right?
Oh, yeah, very, very popular.
I mean, it got high ratings.
It did.
And guys would still show up to try to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Mentor people.
Yeah, and would literally say to him, God, I was afraid it was going to be you.
Yeah.
Like when I get, they literally were scared they were coming to a Chris Hansen sting and walked right into it. Like, when you're addicted to this kind of stuff, there's no, like, because you would think somebody seeing Brad Bohannon get busted, somebody seeing these Iowa players get busted, be like, oof, not going to do that.
Let me ask you, when you go rob a bank, don't you think that it's in the back of your mind you're going to get caught?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
But when you get in so deep, there's no going back.
We'll talk more about this throughout the show. We'll jump into this. Just I've got win totals for college football later in the show as well for the major conference teams. And just as we were doing this on the fly, Iowa and Iowa State don't show up on the DraftKings win total. And one other school, too, Rutgers, which is odd that they're not on there.
Interesting. Not in the state of Iowa.
Yeah, so they don't have their win total either.
Huh.
Tell us about Redmond Vodka, and then we'll get to Dan Wetzel on what was a significant night in the NBA playoffs if you're not a Golden State Warrior fan. Could be the end of a dynasty.
We are going to be at the Regents Classic tomorrow.
Regents Tradition.
Regents Tradition. And Redmond Vodka, I heard they're a big sponsor out there. So your vodka choice this week when you're out there walking around Greystone is going to be Redmond Vodka. It's locally owned and operated. Their aim is clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name. Available now in 22 states. It is Redmond Vodka.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show is coming up May 12th to the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Presented by AmFirst. Right now, the admission is free to the public. Show up the 12th through the 14th. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats and vehicles on display. Vendors and food trucks. Live music all weekend long. And how about this? The Velcro Pygmies are having a free concert on Saturday. And Sunday for Mother's Day, it's free mimosas for mom. For more information, go online. Go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
"116 days away from the start of the college football season." We'll get to some win totals coming up after Clay Travis in the 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour.
We got them.
We got the win totals, man, and we want to talk about that coming up a little bit later on. Bobby says, plenty of poker rooms around Birmingham, but I know what you mean, Luntz, talking about people who play in basements, taking my money and stuff. Lunsford, I mean, what we do is legal, right?
Yeah, what we do is legal. So anybody that's questioning that, it's legal.
Right.
The state of Alabama says as long as it's a social game in a private setting, it's legal. And as long as the house doesn't take a rake, it's a legal poker game. So technically anything in like anybody's basement where all money in goes out, it's okay. Which is why I think you could technically do it legally here if you use the old Texas card house model, which is big in Texas, but the state of Texas has fought it like crazy, and I know the state of Alabama would fight it like crazy.
I mean, really, you should be able to spend your money on what you want to be able to spend your money on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the America.
I mean, I'll draw a line.
That's the America
at like
I grew up. That's the America I grew up loving.
Actually, no, it's not. Oh, it's not. It's not the America you grew up in at all.
Not in. I grew up loving.
Loving.
I love the.
So
rebel.
you loved an America that never existed.
Well, I did at one point.
When have we been able to spend our money on anything we want to spend it on?
Well, I mean, depending on what circles you walk with,
brief period of time, 1776 to 1779. I thought we had a 3-year window there when we were getting our independence that we could pretty much do whatever we wanted to.
Dan Wetzel is with us now. Welcome to PBS, Dan. Are you ready to give to support our mission?
Yeah. What's the mission? What'd you say?
Well, I mean, there appears to be some gambling issues in college sports.
Well, Dan, we're just. I think you should
guys
be able
don't
to
gamble in Alabama.
Oh yeah, not at all. Ironically, we're one of only 27 states or 17 states now that you can't gamble.
It didn't slow down a baseball coach here, though.
Isn't there like no lottery, right?
There is no lottery in Alabama.
Yeah, no legalized gambling. You got to use the word legalized gambling, Dan, because I think we are the per capita the greatest gambling state in the world illegally.
We have the most hypocritical politicians you can imagine. And that's saying a lot.
Grandma with a scratch ticket. Drop the scratch ticket. Hands up. Yeah, believe me, I don't know. I look at you guys do it, each their own. I don't live in Alabama, so I'm not going to criticize you, but I'm going to criticize you. What the heck, man? A lottery? Whatever.
Dan Wetzel is the national columnist for Yahoo Sports, at Dan Wetzel on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's funny. We were talking yesterday. Dunaway asked the question, if Georgia happens to win 3 in a row, would we call that a dynasty and put it in front of Alabama's? And I made the point, you've got to wait until a dynasty is over to judge it, right? You got to wait until it's obviously over to judge it. And I feel like we're approaching that moment with Golden State.
That it's over?
Yeah. Well, I feel like we're approaching
I mean, they just won it last year, and they're still alive.
No, I feel like we're approaching that. They're old, man. They're old, and they're down 3-1.
Last gasp, yeah. It's definitely the last gasp. The thing about Golden State is when they didn't have Klay Thompson, they need all the guys, right? So they get Curry, Thompson back, both going last year, and boom, they crush Boston and all that, win the title. And yeah, this feels like the hanging on bit. I mean, Curry's 35, which is amazing because he still looks like he's 25. And so yeah, could this be the end? How long do you keep Draymond? Is there a little bit of a breakup? They've tried to fill some gaps. It could be. But, the thing about they either fall, I don't know. The great teams, either you need to drive a stake through their heart or they just fall apart. And my feeling is Game 5, I still like Golden State in that game. We'll see. They can come back on this. It was close last night, But when you get that good a play out of Curry and you don't win, it's pretty tough. And you get beat by, role players and all that. But I wonder what LeBron's got left in the tank right now. We'll see. But yes, we're nearing the end of Golden State at some point. It's a matter of when.
Did you get that feeling that, the Lakers, whoever won Game 4 was going to win this series? If it went 2-2 with Golden State still having 2 remaining home games, they were going to win the series. If the Lakers took that commanding 3-1 lead, where I think 95% of series end with that team up 3-1, that the Lakers were going to hold on to win this series. Did you get that feel last night?
Yes, I think, and you saw it in the level of play and the effort level of all the guys. The one thing you can say about most of these players, certainly LeBron and the core of Golden State, they have a ton of playoff experience. So those guys know when to play, give it everything they have, and when to be like, all right, you know what, we're losing Game 3, we're up 2-0, we lose Game 3, whatever. And so, yeah, you saw that thing last night of just a full-out intensity. I do think Golden State can come back, but that was some hard-fought basketball. And in the end, Clay took 2 bad shots, Steph missed 2 big shots, and then it kind of decided the game.
So tonight we go Phoenix and Denver again, and the good part is Jokic is going to play in this thing. The bad part is $25,000 for pushing the Phoenix owner. Did you think he should have been fined at all? Did you think he should have been suspended, fined, what, or should it have been a no harm, no foul kind of situation?
Well, $25,000 is, it's like, you guys are around Ryan. He's got the money.
Yeah.
It's nothing to him. That's a $5 fine.
Right. It's a scratch-off ticket, right?
It's a couple scratch-offs. You can gamble in Colorado, I'm pretty sure. You got to fine him because he did push Matt Ishbia. Now, Matt Ishbia was a walk-on for Tom Izzo. He knows how to take the charge. He knows how to flop. I mean, it was good form. I think Izzo probably was smiling at the form of trying to, Ishbia was a little agitator, walk-on in practice and annoying Mateen Cleaves and things like that and knowing how to do it. So to me, it was much to do about nothing. But you can't have you can't have interactions between players and fans. The problem with the NBA is one of the beauties of basketball is they're really close, and there isn't a wall, there isn't a glass in hockey, there isn't a stand. The stands are right there, so you're going to have these things. But I thought the fine was fine. You definitely didn't need to suspend him, particularly for a game this big. I mean, this is going to be a tremendous game. I mean, these Western Conference Finals are you just have legends playing each other and performing to the max ability. It's just brilliant sports right now.
Is Devin Booker maybe the most underrated guy right now in all of professional sports?
It would be hard to make. I'd have to think about that, but yeah, he's like a star, but not a star, right? And I think it's because we're talking about one name guys otherwise, right? Steph, LeBron, KD,
Giannis,
Jokic, these Giannis, right? And you still saying Devin Booker, right? But he's getting there. But I mean, when he is on, he's unstoppable.
He doesn't miss.
Does not miss. He's one of the best shooters you'll ever see. And you pair him with Durant, who when he's on is truly unstoppable. Because how do you block a shot of a guy who's 7 foot tall and shoots above his head? He was trained. Durant was trained watching Larry Bird videos on how to release the ball when he was a kid, and so he has that high shot. So he's shooting at like 7.5. Good luck. When you put the two of them out there like that, it's I don't know what defense you can play against them. So, but that's a lot easier to do at home than on the road. And I think what you saw in that series is what you see a lot in the NBA. Role players will step up at home, but they struggle big time on the road. And that's the question now: is can Booker and Durant carry carry the Suns up in Denver and get this done, because the Denver role players will play a little bit better.
Dan Wetzel is with us, and he is the national columnist for Yahoo Sports. You can follow him on Twitter at Dan Wetzel on Twitter. Get his books as well. We always mention this. If you've got a young reader in your life, Epic Athletes, Steph Curry, one of those. The Epic Athletes series. Dan has a link to that on his Twitter profile if you want to go grab that at Dan Wetzel on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Speaking of Booker, I think it's the Warriors, those old, tired, almost dynasty-done Warriors I brought up earlier.
God, I hope they win 3 straight.
I know. They're the only ones, I think, that don't have a Kentucky player significantly contributing to their run right now. And if I'm a Kentucky fan, I know this is kind of off the NBA a little bit, but I look at that, Dan, and I've got one championship to show for it. And I flip on in the Calipari era, and I flip on the NBA playoffs, and it's Calipari player after Calipari player out there. And I kind of feel a little empty on that.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of Kentucky fans feel a little empty on that. Cal said once, one of their goals was to have half the NBA All-Star team come from Kentucky.
Well, there you go.
The NBA All-Star game, and you'd have you got 24 players, 12 Kentucky guys. They're not that far from it. Amazing amounts of talent have rolled through Kentucky. It just hasn't delivered the titles. There's the one title, Anthony Davis. Booker was part of the 38-0 team that made the Final Four. He played a lot, but famously the Harrison twins were on the floor at the end against Wisconsin, and not Devin Booker. If you want to pick some scabs of some Kentucky fans, you can bring that one up. 2020, they had a really good team. COVID cancels it. I don't know. You look back, and there's a reason why each team lost. But you sit there and go, just one title just doesn't seem enough, considering the parade of not just talent, but astounding talent that went through the place and continues to go through the place. I mean, they got the number 1 class again coming in. He's got and so Kentucky fans, it's been, I think that's really interesting dynamic between John Calipari and Kentucky fans right now. They're frustrated. They're not winning enough, but at the same time, they've got a program that attracts the best talent in the country. So it's like, how do you get rid of the guy? Because it's like the next year always seems like, well, what next year we got 3 more guys that could be lottery picks. We could win it. It's a weird conundrum, but they need to be better coached and they need to produce. I don't think they've won I have not won a NCAA tournament game since 2019. I think at this point.
Speaking of getting rid of a guy, I know we're reacting to this in real time after it happened yesterday. Bob Huggins at West Virginia, his slurs on a Cincinnati radio station. Does he survive this? Is there a path to West Virginia keeping Bob Huggins?
I mean, there is. It's really what West Virginia can do what it wants, right? And maybe you sit there and say, look, the guy, he's been he went to our school. He's been coach here a long time. We've known him for a long time, and we're going to give him another chance at it and not fire him for it, suspend him. I think there's a lot of good that could be done probably beyond just get rid of him, whether he's talking about it or training or just making a bigger thing about it. I mean, the whole thing's just really, it's sad. It's sad that someone would still think you can say those slurs, even in private conversation. And this wasn't one of those like slip of the tongues he said it multiple. I mean, if you listen to the audio, it sounds like he's just chatting with his friends. The idea that someone with the experience, savvy, and intelligence of Bob Huggins is just saying these things and making these jokes on a 50,000 watt radio station in Cincinnati is just mind numbing. And if you Huggins, he's always been. He's always fancied himself, and I think accurately, and represented himself as kind of the underdog guy, the regular guy's coach, right? There's not a lot of airs being put on by Bob Huggins, and always was willing to support all sorts of different personalities and backgrounds and things like that. And this isn't him, but I don't know whether he's trying to be outrageous or what, but the comments are ridiculous. anywhere, let alone on a live radio show. I mean, the whole thing's just unbelievable. You heard it, and it's like I can't believe someone would sit on a radio, especially someone who's done has a radio show, right?
Right.
Like this is not the guy's been talking to the media for 30 years.
Yeah, and I'm by far the I'm a moderate. We don't get political here. I am not your typical Alabamian, I think, and I do not think the guy should be fired for this. Suspended, fined, whatever. But yeah, let's use it as an educational moment for everyone. Let's maybe we can grow as a society instead of canceling everybody. Maybe we can use it to educate people.
Yeah, I mean I think that there's something else that can be done, and I just in general on these, just sitting there saying you're gone. Now, there's different context to each thing. What are the factors on this? What the heck is going on? But he gave a. This is not to like minimize what he said, but he gave I thought an incredible apology. Right? There's no excuse. I'm not giving one. Whatever happens, I accept. Right? There's no like. Well, he just like basically like I screwed up. I'm embarrassed, horrified. This was wrong. I did it. Whatever they do, I'm fine with. And that doesn't surprise me. That's him owning it. So is there a better role than just, well, we threw this old coach out? Is there something else we can do? I think as just a society in general, if we could find more ways to show grace and growth and different things and all sorts of different ways, we're better off. Can that work here? I don't know. We'll see. It's really up to West Virginia. That said, again, this wasn't like, when you're saying the same joke over and over and you're his intent, the context and the repetition of it is a lot bigger than just like, I mispronounced a word or, I don't know. It's really a weird, sad situation altogether. So we'll see. But, I think I hate when people are judged by their worst moment and, or the only value in them is just showing we can get rid of them. I just think, maybe there's a better way, but I don't run West Virginia. They may sit there and say, look, we can't have a basketball coach saying this. We got students here. This is what we want to represent.
He is Dan Wetzel, national columnist, Yahoo Sports. Always a great insight with us. You can support him by, if you got a young reader in your life, getting the Epic Athletes books. Tom Brady, Steph Curry, Serena Williams, among others. And your kids love sports. Good way to get them into reading a little bit this summer. At Dan Wetzel on Twitter. Dan, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
MyBookie.ag, if you want to get into the games, do it responsibly with our friends at MyBookie.ag. We have it set up for you where you can jump in there, Brownie.
You can, and use code NEXTROUND when you sign up there at MyBookie.ag, and you can get that sign-on bonus right now up to $1,000. Sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag when you use code NEXTROUND. Major League Baseball finally back in full swing. They are your one-stop shop for all your betting needs. You can lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series. Take advantage of the crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie Money Bag. MyBookie makes it simple for you to sign up and play. Basically, you bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND to get that bonus up to $1,000. If you're a diehard or if you're just a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV. What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more, Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Our friends at Odie's, they bring you the show today in part. Tonight is Tuesday. Rockstar, that's...
day before trivia.
The day
Trivia
before
Eve.
Trivia, right?
Yeah, Trivia Eve, Rockstar.
We have some folks come by yesterday who goes out and watch you guys at Trivia all the time on Wednesday night. But Odie's a great place to go by and grab a little lunch as well. Your favorite thing used to be the Diablo, but you switch over to the burgers more now, don't
Rodney's
you?
cheeseburger is really, really good, but I still like that Diablo too. The Diablo sandwich, Rodney's cheeseburger, big cup cocktails, Wednesday night trivia. It's all right there at Odie's. Crestline Village in Mountain Brook, Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution.
Absolutely, and don't forget live music on the weekends, always fun stuff, and a lot of great events coming up this summer. We'll get back into college football win totals, or start that coming up after we talk to Clay. Big day while we're talking for the NBA. The all-rookie team came out yesterday, and Walker Kessler of Auburn was on the first team all-rookie team. So he's an NBA all-rookie team member. Jabari Smith, another Auburn player, was on the second team. But Walker Kessler Brown was third in voting to be the NBA Rookie of the Year. That's the kind of year he had with the Utah Jazz, averaging 9 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks a game last year.
You know,
coming out of you wouldn't expect. You would have expected those guys coming out of Auburn that one of them probably would have been on the all-rookie team. You would have expected it to be Jabari on the first team, but it was Walker that was on the first team.
You know, it's funny. Back, it's been a couple of weeks ago, I saw, it was just being tweeted out, a columnist with, what's the name of the paper in the Salt Lake Tribune, I think it is. He's like their columnist, and he's got an NBA Rookie of the Year vote. And the headline just said, "I'm here to defend my Rookie of the Year vote." And I'm like, well, this guy must be getting killed. Who did he vote for? And it was Walker Kessler. I'm like, well, that doesn't seem like that crazy of a vote. I didn't know you had to defend it. And here he is finishing third in the voting. It wasn't that crazy.
That's right. So he's a first teamer. Big get there. And of course, Jabari's on the second team squad there as the all-rookie team. The Heat won last night. Jimmy Butler sort of securing his place as just a killer in the playoffs. They're up 3-1 on the Knicks. We talked to Dan Wetzel about the Lakers being 3-1 up on Golden State. Really great night ahead. Philadelphia and Boston, 6:30 on TNT with our buddy Barkley. Phoenix and Denver, 9 o'clock on TNT. Both those series 2-2. So deciding game fives tonight. I mean, not deciding, but oftentimes a best-of-7 series swings on a game 5.
Our buddy Jonathan Hardison, Fox 6 news anchor, was texting me during the Wetzel interview. He's a big Kentucky fan. He said, you were spot on about that Kentucky question. And see if you guys agree with what I texted back to him. I said, to me, Kentucky is just as represented in the NBA as Alabama is in the NFL. I mean, it might be
percentage-wise.
Yeah, percentage-wise.
Yeah, I would tell you this. I can field you a starting 5 that could win a championship.
Oh,
right
a world
now,
championship?
Kentucky.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a time where you could not field a starting 22 for Alabama football that could win the Super Bowl because you didn't have a good enough quarterback. Maybe you do now, maybe. But, I mean, the fact that they've only got that one championship, and that's what I told Hardison. I said, can you imagine the outcry if Saban only had one national championship with all the players Alabama has in the NFL? And you turn on an NFL game on Sunday, it is Alabama player tackling Alabama player defending Alabama player all the time. Could you imagine if Alabama only had the one championship to show for it, what the outcry would be against Saban?
It'd be a little like Bobby Cox with the Braves back in the day. You know, they had that 195 World Championships, but my God, they dominated the 90s.
Braves left a lot on the table. So was Kentucky basketball.
Okay, so just imagine this. Okay, I would go Devin Booker.
Okay,
I would
gotcha.
go De'Aaron Fox.
Easy.
I would go Karl Anthony Towns.
Yep.
I'd go Anthony Davis.
Yep.
And probably Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
You'd still go AD.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, now you've got Tyrese Maxey on the bench.
You got Jamal Murray.
You got Jamal Murray on the bench. I mean, that's a heck of a team right there.
Yeah, and I was just doing that on the fly, Dunaway. But yeah, I would still go. I mean, just because Anthony Davis is still arguably the best defensive player in the league.
Yeah, and big defense last night on Steph to disrupt that last second 3 there.
I mean, it's just Hardison says Jamal Murray, man. Come on.
I said Jamal Murray, but he ain't starting for me.
I think Hardison wants you to start him.
Bam Adebayo is on there.
I mean, it's crazy. I've just noticed it more. I think
Julius Randle.
I've noticed it more in these NBA finals or these NBA playoffs than I have probably ever. Just how many Kentucky players are making a massive impact for their teams. And again, I go back to Kentucky, and Cal's got the one championship to show for all these great players. And if Saban only had one national championship, he'd be catching tons of heat from Alabama fans right now.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll jump back into a couple of college football notes for you real quickly. Brown, get ready to update the poll for yesterday about the quarterbacks in Tuscaloosa, because Matt Hayes wrote something at Saturday Down South. He sort of power rated the quarterbacks in the SEC, and it was eye-opening. And this is a guy who writes for Saturday Down South from the state of Florida, but it's insane. Gutter Cap bringing you this part of the show. Our friends at Gutter Cap, C. Stu and Company.
Yeah, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. The last thing you want to do is get that dangerous ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You'll never have to do it again with Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Call for a free estimate, 205-823-2212. You can always go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Okay, Connor O'Gara has a full story at Saturday Down South, friend of the show, debating on who's got the better quarterback room. Is it Auburn or is it Alabama? Who's going to be better at quarterback? So you can go read that story from Connor. But Matt Hayes yesterday in his first and 10 at Saturday Down South actually did a power ranking of the SEC quarterbacks. You know, Jaden Daniels is one. You work your way all the way down. You go down to number 10 in the game manager category, where you find Peyton Thorne, and number 11, where you find Tyler Buckner of Alabama. And they're only ahead of the quarterbacks at Vandy, Missouri, and Florida. He had Florida dead last, being a Florida guy. Graham Mertz not impressed. He has him 14th. But you find Auburn and Alabama, whether you think one or the other is ahead, at 10 or 11. It was an eye-opening list, and you start bouncing around the league, and you know, KJ Jefferson, and, you know, Will Rogers, Jaden Daniels, you start bouncing around the league. You're assuming Carson Beck's going to be good. Joe Milton. I mean, you
Jackson
can see
Dart,
you can see how you get down to
Devin Leary,
the new guys coming in at 10 and 11
Rattler.
for Auburn and Alabama.
Yeah, especially with Alabama when you've seen none of them play really.
Well, and that was my whole point a couple of weeks ago when Tyler Buckner came into the fold. It's no disrespect to Tyler Buckner. It's just Alabama has had greatness at that position, from Tua to Mac Jones to what you had the last couple of years with Bryce Young. And now you've got the bottom half. And Dunaway, I think you were out when we did this, but I said that Tyler Buckner right now would be lucky to be in the top or the bottom 25% of the SEC, which is where Connor's got him.
Yeah, that's where it's Matt Hayes that has him.
Matt Hayes.
Connor actually thinks Buckner is ahead of Peyton Thorne. How did our audience vote yesterday in the Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy poll?
And I do want to say, like Milkman256, he complains about a lot of things on our show, but listens every day, and we appreciate that, says we're becoming a joke based on this discussion. The whole show's becoming a joke. I think we've been a joke well before this. But all I said yesterday was, based on what we've seen, Peyton Thorne's a better quarterback. I haven't seen Buckner play. Now, Buckner could school him this year. I don't know. How the crap do I know that?
Connor's point is Buckner has more upside than Peyton Thorne.
No, maybe he does.
Yeah, maybe he does. But all I know is I saw Peyton Thorne play at a high level just 2 years ago.
And I haven't seen Buckner play. I mean, he played 3 games at Notre Dame, basically. Anyway, at the end of the season, who's the better quarterback? Peyton Thorne, 57%. Tyler Buckner, 43%. Fairly close. I don't even know how I would answer that at the end of the season. I'm only talking about what I've seen. I've seen Peyton Thorne play 2 years. Is he great?
I mean, are you Dominion voting machine? Do you think 57% to 43% is fairly close? That's a slam dunk victory for 57%.
I don't know.
43. It's a slam dunk. It'll be 90 to 10.
I mean, if Maggie said, I like you 57% of the time, is that a slam dunk?
That shows our relationship's growing.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how the season will end, but based on what I've seen, which is all I was commenting on yesterday, Peyton Thorne's a better quarterback. He's played.
The growing Alabama feeling there is like Rusty. I still don't believe Buckner will be the starter until I see it.
Who said that on the show yesterday? Somebody said that too.
Yeah, I've heard that from multiple
people.
Brandon Marcello.
Brandon Marcello said it, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'd lean Buckner would be the starter just because why would he come over if he wasn't going to start? He could go other places.
And that's all I'm saying is that, you've got 4. You didn't need quarterback depth. You got 4 quarterbacks in that room. It would just seem like an odd move if you don't think the guy is going to start.
Clay Travis is coming up. Sometimes it's familiarity with coaches, and coaches familiar with you. Tommy Reese knows Tyler Buckner could add something to the room, much like Philip Montgomery's doing at Auburn. Another Auburn offensive lineman coming out of the portal from Tulsa, where Philip Montgomery was. Jaden Muskrat, love the last name, Jaden Muskrat, coming over from Tulsa. He's going to be on the offensive line. Dylan Wade's already there from that Tulsa staff. Muskrat, 11-game starter last year at right tackle for the Golden Hurricanes of Tulsa. That and the portal news there from college football. When we come back, we'll get to Clay Travis. Lake Fest is happening this weekend. Spring and summer's fantastic in the South. Why don't you kick it all off with our wonderful friends at the Lake Fest?
Yeah, hey, look, it's always a great event. It is coming up this weekend, May 12th through the 14th. Logan Martin Lake Fest Boat Show presented by Am First, located right there, Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. It's free admission for the public. Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats and vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend long, including the Velcro Pygmies on Saturday, free concert there, and free mimosas for Mom on Sunday on Mother's Day. For more information, go online, go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
Do you have unexpected medical expenses? You want to update the backyard, or you just want to take that vacation of your dreams? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union offers lifestyle loans that can make all those things happen. The great news is no collateral is required, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Community Federal Credit Union's lifestyle loans at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UAB and UAB athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll jump to Clay Travis here in just a second. My buddy Brian from over in Tuscaloosa says this Alabama quarterback conversation reminds me of 2014. No one believed in Sims and Coker, that they had talent, but was unproven with limited game time. All assumed Coker would start, and then it was Sims who goes on to set records with an UOC. I'd be just fine with history repeating itself. If you could get Blake Sims' numbers this year, other than the semifinal game against Ohio State, that would be a great year for whoever's the quarterback in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, all he did was turn it over just a little too much. Otherwise, he set Alabama single-season records. Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick. You also see him on Fox Sports at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. You know, we started the show talking about this story out of Iowa now. It hit this state with Alabama baseball and a little bit of a betting scandal involving Alabama's coach. Now, there's some Iowa and Iowa State players tied up in this. Where does your gut tell you this might be going with college athletes and legalized sports gambling?
Well, I think a huge percentage of college athletes probably are gambling, right? Because you turn 18 years old or 21. I'm not even sure what the age of majority is in some of these different states. But that obviously is given how much advertising is going on, and given the fact that college athletes are certainly bigger fans of other sports, I would imagine, than regular athletes are. This doesn't feel surprising to me at all. And you know, I think that the challenge is, and I'm not an expert in all this, but I believe the Alabama manager was accused of betting or being involved in betting on his own games. And that's always been the sort of the danger zone, right? Is not even just betting on your own games; it's betting on your own team to lose, and then obviously throwing the game. And this is frankly why I've always said that the legalization of sports gambling makes it harder to fix games, because people can recognize when aberrant bets are coming in, right? So it actually red flags and causes people to pay more attention to games than when everything is kind of in the shady backwater.
Yeah, I think it would have been much easier to fix a game 30 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. You went to George Washington undergrad, and I don't know how prevalent gambling was there. I mean, I went to the University of Alabama, and I mean, everyone gambled there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, again, because it's kind of a shady backwater of the universe, right? You don't really know what dollars are getting put down. Whereas, I mean, I think with the Alabama case, they recognized an aberrant bet total in an Iowa betting, right? In Ohio. So it probably, it probably doesn't take that much money being bet on an Alabama baseball game in Ohio for people to be like, hey, kind of what's going on here. I don't know what the totals that are wagered in general on SEC baseball games would be, but I'm sure that dollar figure is not very substantial. And this is different than, say, somebody walking in and trying to wager on the Super Bowl when there are billions of dollars being wagered. I mean, I don't know, LT. What do you think? $100,000, $200,000 total nationwide that might have been getting wagered on the Alabama baseball game?
I'll tell you this, Clay. I've been doing it for a long time. I didn't know you could wager on regular season baseball until that story broke.
College, you mean like SEC college baseball?
Yeah. Like, super regionals, College World Series. Yeah, I've played those games before, but regular season baseball was never available.
Yeah. So, I mean, the limits have to be super small, and I would bet, and again, I haven't seen all the details, but it probably doesn't take more than a few $1,000s top in to even get that game flagged and for people to be like, hey, what's going on in the regulatory board? Because there just aren't that many people walking in trying to bet on an Alabama SEC game. So I do think there probably needs to be some additional training going on, because you're not just seeing it with college athletes, right? We're seeing a lot of NFL guys who are getting drawn in, and I think it just speaks to the larger pull of marketing and how many people in general are betting on sports. And when you're advertising sports gambling during games as how much fun it is and how much you can win, I don't think you can be surprised when that impacts young athletes, both college and even pro. And by the way, sorry to cut you off, but
it's okay.
Kentucky Derby just happened this weekend. How many athletes walked up and bet on horses, right? So we do have kind of an arbitrary mindset. I'll give you an example. I've covered the Kentucky Derby before as a member of the media. In the media, super nice area where you can sit, file, write your story, they have a betting window. So members of the media don't have to go and stand out with everybody else to be able to place their wagers. And every year we see photos of, very popular, high-profile athletes. Sometimes they even flash the money that they win in sports gambling when it comes to horse racing. If I'm a kid and I'm sitting around in Iowa or Iowa State and I want to bet on the NBA Finals or the World Series or the Super Bowl, I definitely would look at that and be like, well, wait a minute, why is it okay for these guys to bet on horse racing, even own horses, but it's not okay for them to bet on, who's going to win the World Series? I would admit that there is a bit of a disconnect there.
Athlete caught in gambling, not the headline that surprised me yesterday. The one that surprised me was promotional book tour for Kirby Smart. That one surprised me yesterday.
Kirby's written a book?
He and Lauren Smith have written a book. How about them dogs, about the 2021?
You think Kirby's read any of it?
You think Kirby wrote any of it?
No.
So that surprised me yesterday. We were talking about this on the show yesterday, Clay. If Georgia becomes the first to win 3 straight national championships in the poll era, they're the program to beat right now, but does that make them the greatest dynasty ever in college football?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think my dynasty rules are you have to win multiple championships, but I think for college sports, you need to be elite for 8 or 9 years, right? And find yourself in that mix at least, maybe even a full decade, in order to truly be dynastic. I think Nick Saban and Alabama are more of a dynasty than Georgia. but you can simultaneously argue that the peak of Georgia's success, if they were to win 3 in a row, would be higher than the peak of Alabama's success. But there would be more, high points for Alabama over a decade than Georgia.
And I would assume you're like everyone else. Georgia's not going anywhere. They're going to be good the next decade or so.
Look, as long as Kirby is there, they're going to be very good. They're recruiting at an incredibly high level. I looked, I believe, at some of the over-unders are starting to come out. I think the only single-digit spread that Georgia has this year is on the road in November in Neyland. I think Tennessee has a chance to pull off that upset. We'll see how Milton does and how this offense looks replacing Hendon Hooker. I think Tennessee defense will probably be a little bit better, offense probably a little bit weaker. But, I mean, how often is it the case that you come into a season as the defending champ and you're favored in almost every game you've got on your schedule by double digits? That just doesn't happen that often.
Clay, I know you're anti-cancel like we are, but this Bobby Huggins interview, when I heard it, I was blown away because, he seemed like he was sober. The direction this thing was going, it seemed like it was towing a line, and then he doubled down on it. Now it looks like West Virginia is going to review this. I find it hard to believe in today's society he keeps his job. Dunaway disagrees with me. I hope he does keep his job, but I just know how easy it is to fire somebody now. What do you think happens to 69-year-old Bobby Huggins?
It's a rare twist. I actually believe he keeps his job.
Yeah, so I think I hope he keeps his job, too. I think, one, he's helped by the fact that this is West Virginia, right? Like, if he were the head coach of UCLA or a place like that, I think he'd already be fired. But I think in West Virginia, like, a lot of people are going to be like, this is what we, worry about. I mean, Trump won West Virginia by more than he won any state, I believe, in 2020. I think he won West Virginia by 39 points. And we know some of the stuff that Trump has said that has, let's say, been outside the bounds of regular discourse. And West Virginians not only weren't bothered by it, they arguably rewarded Trump more than any state in the union. So I actually think this is one of those situations where I think Huggins is going to keep his job. And I think one reason he'll keep his job is because of where he is. But because when you analyze this, what would there be more of a backlash for? I think there would be more of a backlash in West Virginia if they fired him for this than if they keep him for this. Does that make sense? In their fan base. Yeah. And I could be wrong. I'm not an expert on the particular aspects of West Virginia's fan base, but again, given the Trump analogy and how well he has done in that state, I would be surprised. I also think, guys, we're in an era where I see a lot of people kind of the opinion, why do I really care? Right? Like, I mean, and what I mean by that is, do people look to Bob Huggins and expect him to be an incredibly eloquent spokesperson on cultural issues? Like, on any subject, right? Like if Bob Huggins went on and gave an incredible detailed answer on how he thought, America should respond to Ukraine, or what he thought about the legacy of Second Amendment rights as it pertains to the Constitution, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'd be stunned beyond belief. I'd be like, man, I didn't know Bob Huggins had that depth of knowledge. Like, I don't think of Bob Huggins as a guy, and I don't think of most, basketball coaches as guys who have, and it's not just basketball, right? Football, college, pro, whatever. I don't think of them as the kind of guys who have incredibly nuanced takes on anything other than the sport they coach. And so I think a lot of people are kind of just pushing back against the notion of cancel culture, meaning the idea that we should really care. Like, I mean, if you don't like what somebody says, I think a lot of people just kind of shrug their shoulders and say, hey, move on. And I'm talking, let me be clear, about words, because I think we have a tendency in this country to punish words more than we do actions. Barstool just fired the guy for reading the lyrics to a rap song, right? If that guy had gotten a DUI, there's no way Barstool fires him, right? So I think a lot of people are like, hey, when you're analyzing a situation and you're like, if you're a white media guy, you're in worse shape if you read the lyrics to a rap song than if you get, super drunk and get in your car and get arrested. I think a lot of people are like, maybe we're getting a lot of this stuff backwards in the way that we respond. So I think he's going to keep his job. I could be wrong, but I think the combination of West Virginia, the fact that he's been there a long time, I think his age factors in, and again, I think the overall trend lines are less for people out there to kind of want to be the hanging judge every time somebody says something.
I will say this: Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It might be so apples and oranges it doesn't apply here, but Justin Thomas got caught on a hot mic using the longer version of that same slur.
Yeah,
about himself. He called himself that. And his big merch sponsor was Ralph Lauren. That was his clothing sponsor, and they immediately dropped him. But I think most of his other sponsors, I think Titleist stayed with him. I think Citi Financial stayed with him. And he has since added another clothing sponsor. Now, I don't know that it was to the same financial level as Ralph Lauren. But, he survived this. I don't know if you look at that and say, okay, well, this is kind of the same thing. And it may just be apples and oranges. But, Justin Thomas, by and large, after doing that, he apologized. He showed remorse. He just kept doing his job. And I don't think people think differently of Justin Thomas on that.
Yeah, I wonder also if Huggins kind of double. That's a good example, by the way. I wonder also if the fact that he combined it with a religious and an anti-gay slur actually in some ways works in his favor, which sounds crazy, but it kind of dilutes the groups that are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. You lined so many people up, is what you're saying, that you tried to offend.
And, the Christians can be upset and the gay community can be upset, but they're both getting half of the blame in the insult. And by the way, I heard it. I listened, and it was blurred out. What he had said. I thought initially it was a religious slur, right? I didn't even think what this Christian F ending in S, and I was like, oh, he must have just dropped an F bomb, taking shots at Xavier fans. So. Until I listened to it. And again, I he hasn't been the coach at Cincinnati for how long? 15 years?
It's been a while. I mean, he's been at West Virginia, I think, 15 years. And didn't he go to Kansas State after Cincinnati?
Yeah. He was at Kansas State.
That speaks to the intensity of that Cincinnati-Xavier rivalry and how much those two schools hate each other. But yeah, I thought I think it's been almost 24 hours since he said it, and he's still around. And look, I also think, I don't know if you guys have mentioned this on your show, but the Bills punter story coming out, which I think is a monster story. This so-called punt god, I believe he was at San Diego State.
San Diego State, yeah, the statutory rape, right?
Yeah, he was accused of sexual assault. And Dan Wetzel has a great piece up on Yahoo kind of looking at the police investigation. Turns out the guy's 100% innocent. Well, he got kicked off of the Buffalo Bills team. He was obviously dragged through the mud in terms of what happened. And so that story coming out same time as Huggins, I think that story is way bigger, right? And sometimes it's not only what you say, it's how many people say something or do something or what else happens that knocks you off the front page. I think that factors in here too.
And totally switch of the script here, but you don't know me well enough, but I worry about everything. I gave my daughter tickets for Christmas to Taylor Swift up in Nashville. Outdoor arena, of course, until you guys build the dome. Sunday night tickets. She gets up there. 3.5 hour, she's in shelter in place, and then she goes out. Taylor starts playing right at 10, plays past 1 o'clock, doesn't shorten her show at all, plays in the rain, still walks in the rain, dances in the rain, plays piano and guitars in the rain. Just your thought on an artist this day and age that would do that, who doesn't really need the money, when we've got athletes who don't play, they do time management in the NBA now and other sports where they take so many. You can't go to
that's a great analogy.
You can't go to a game anymore to know if your star is going to play. But I was almost in tears thinking my daughter wasn't going to get to see her favorite artist, and the fact that she went out and put on a show like that, I think you don't get enough of that customer service nowadays anymore, like you got from Taylor Swift in Nashville.
I think that's a great point. I hadn't thought about the sports analogy, but for her to wait, 3 hours, then go out and play until 1:30. Our nanny was in that crowd. I had a lot of friends and family, obviously, here in Nashville that went to the performances over Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I think it speaks to the connection and respect that Taylor Swift has for her fans, that it would be easy for somebody who's probably a billionaire to look at that forecast, say, the rain's coming, we're never going to be able to get this in. But she took the stage at 10 or 10:30 or whatever it was and played till well after midnight. And from what I've heard, delivered basically kind of an iconic performance, right? I mean, the rain was really pouring down during the course of that concert. And I've seen some of the video footage and by the way, her fans also, nobody left. I mean, you're talking about a 70,000 seat concert outdoors, and it's a Sunday, so a lot of people have school the next day or work the next morning. And if you look at some of the footage, and I saw it, of, say, for instance, when everybody turns the lights on their phones, I don't think there was an empty seat. So that's an incredible credit to not only her for performing, but for everybody, all those fans who waited and said, oh, she's going to perform, right? Because they had faith that she wasn't going to just call it off.
All right, he is Clay Travis. Follow him
Hey,
on Twitter.
by the way, as we go to break, sorry to cut you off.
You're all good.
Rockstar confessed as I came on that he had a dream about me over the weekend. I thought you guys might
tell us, Rockstar.
I might want to grill him on that at some point during the course of the show.
Well, Sunday night I had a dream. For some reason, one of my random dreams, I met with Clay, who had his family bought an old funeral home that was like massive, like Buckingham Palace
Makes
size.
sense, yeah.
In the Ozarks?
And I remember, I don't know where it was, but I remember touring it with Clay, and I haven't physically met his kids, and so his kids had blank faces.
Wow.
Like they were just like children, but I didn't know who they were. They were just like blanks. And then I remember he sent me to a room where it was an old funeral home, and this is where the bodies were stored. And I got locked in, and I couldn't get out.
He tried to bury the evidence.
Yes.
Clearly, Rockstar.
You had a huge incinerator too. It was just like, it was just a random dream. So love you, Clay.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All
Glad
right.
to know that I'm in Rockstar's dream.
That's wild. At least you had your clothes on. Clay, have a great week, man. Thank you.
All right, see y'all.
All right, Clay Travis with us, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and his team there. They want to fix it. They want to fix it right, and they want to fix it the first time. But, again, when you talk about great customer service, these guys have been doing it forever since they've owned the company. Nobody does it right, and they do it at a fair price, LT.
Yeah, spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Service is offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Developing news in the NFL, you tell me if it's important or not, Brown. Your Dolphins have signed tight end Tyler Kroft to a one-year deal.
I mean, only important because Mike Gesicki has moved on. So, Miami they got to have some tight ends to throw to. But the tight end, the problem is for Mike Gesicki, the tight end in the Mike McDaniel system is very much different than the tight end in the system he was drafted in.
Yeah, it's more of a blocker than it is a passer.
That's right. Yeah, you have to run block a little bit. You can't just be a glorified receiver in that system.
Again, if you're looking for a little golf today, Bent Brook, one of our great sponsors in Shoal Creek, hosting the HBCU Golf National Championships today, and it wraps up again tomorrow. Tomorrow we're out at wonderful Greystone Country Club as we roll into the Regions Tradition Week out there, Pro-Am Day tomorrow. So on our platform, we're live out there 9 to 1 from the Margarita Grill stage. Is that where we are?
That is where we are, right? Adjacent to number 10. Now, I will warn everyone that's a ticketed area there, so you've got to have an additional ticket to come see us at the Margarita Grill. But purchase that, have a fun time at Margarita Grill, and hang out with us. We'll be there 9 to 1.
Yeah, and an occasional margarita on the show tomorrow?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would assume. Did we have them last year?
We were in the member tent last year. I believe alcohol was consumed, but I don't know that it was a margarita.
I mean, even George Brett, the great George Brett, took us up on a drink last year.
he did
On the show.
I forgot about George Brett.
That was a fun interview. Rockstar always remembers the fact that, and I do too, that he'd be in mid-sentence, he just turned and spit his tobacco.
Yeah, had a spit cup.
He had a clear spit cup, and he just had a chaw.
Now, Brown, you've been out there testing our lines twice now. This will be the most secure show we've ever done.
Actually, they only tested the line one time. I had to pick our spot the other time.
Okay, so in that spot, do we need to bring umbrellas this time for the sunshine?
Nope. Clear. Scott will love the fact that there's no bright sun behind us, only shade behind us, and there is no way the sun will be hitting us. If it does, it'll be very briefly.
Okay, very briefly.
Where we'll be.
No way the sun hits us bad.
So that's where we are. Tomorrow on a Wednesday, we'll be out at the Regions Tradition. I'm going to make a call here that we're going to start the last 2 hours of the shows when we'll do some of these win totals and talk some college football. So we'll do some other stuff coming up on the show that's being brought to you today in part by the great folks at the Regions Tradition as we get ready to roll out there, Browning.
It's going to be a fun event. We're going to be out there, as Jim said, tomorrow. In the program tomorrow, you could see noted author Kirby Smart, Auburn football coach Hugh Freeze, country music great Riley Green, Charles Barkley, among many, many others. The defending champ Steve Stricker back to defend his championship, Ernie Els, Bernard Langer, and much, much more. Regionstradition.com. Regionstradition.com is the website. Good any-day tickets for $25 are available. Kids 18 and under get in free with a ticketed adult. You can see everything you need to see. Regionstradition.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Regions Tradition returns to Greystone May 10th through the 14th. You can see golf legends compete, the Celebrity Pro-Am, and enjoy the biggest lawn party in Alabama. But it's so much more. It's about giving back to our community. The Regions Tradition is proud to support Children's of Alabama as our primary beneficiary. In 31 years, the tournament has raised over $21 million for local charities. The Regions Tradition, a great time for a great cause.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show is coming up May 12th to the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Presented by AmFirst. Right now, the admission is free to the public. Show up the 12th through the 14th. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats and vehicles on display. Vendors and food trucks. Live music all weekend long. And how about this? The Velcro Pygmies are having a free concert on Saturday. And Sunday for Mother's Day, it's free mimosas for mom. For more information, go online. Go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
I think, Jeff is joking here, sorta, but I think J.R. Smith stopped playing college golf, didn't he?
I don't really know. Jeff asked if he's in the HBCU championships that'll be at Mint and Shoal Creek. I am not certain of the answer. I'll try to find that answer.
Yeah, I think he stopped playing.
I think it was one and done.
Was it?
Yeah.
You got a little coffee?
I do not have coffee.
Oh, okay.
I got Ghost.
It's Ghost. It's a Ghost energy.
The only reason is we don't have any Ghost in the fridge right now, so I had to put ice in it.
Okay.
And the cups back by our ice were coffee cups.
Okay. I was going to be shocked if I was a cup of coffee.
I do not drink coffee.
Yeah. Maybe that'll change here soon.
Well, I'm going to be all for people drinking coffee very soon, a specific kind of coffee.
Yeah.
But I myself do not drink it, but I don't mind making $1 off of it. Let me just say that to be clear.
Forrester and I drink a lot of it.
Yeah.
A lot of
Like
it.
how many cups a day are you?
Oh, I just drink 1 or 2 every morning. I'm not anytime after, in the old movie days, Rockstar backed me up here, in the old movies and old TV shows, it was like if you were portraying a family in the 50s or 60s or 70s, it would be like, anybody want dessert and a cup of coffee? You'd have coffee with dessert after meals.
No, they'd have it with their meal. Like if you go back to old Westerns.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's all they had, right? You were either drinking whiskey or coffee.
God,
right?
how bad do you think the coffee was back then?
Oh.
I mean, it was like
Forrester,
tar, wasn't it?
Forrester and I won't name their names. They're not a sponsor, but I won't name their names because they probably have great lawyers. But, a very popular coffee chain, he and I hate because their coffee tastes burned.
Yeah, I think a lot of coffee snobs hate that chain. I think it's part of being a coffee snob is that you can't buy from that chain. I don't know. Maybe it is just, I'm not trying to insult you and Forrester, even though that sounded like an insult. But I think that's just part of being a coffee snob is you can't drink from that chain.
But is there still a big market for like Folgers and Senka?
Maxwell House.
Yeah, I would. Those coffee commercials were as prevalent as fast food nowadays. Back in the day.
Oh, they were commercials all over the
all over the place. And I don't even know. It's like somebody was bringing up in our chat room the other day Kool-Aid. And remember, there used to be a big section of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
And now it's so condensed. And I wonder if coffee's like that as well.
You remember
the coffee has gotten bigger. It's just not those brands. It's not the instant coffee now. It's you get your own beans because we buy it at the local grocery stores and. Maggie every night she grinds the beans.
What was that again?
She grinds the beans.
Do you remember
which could be a sexual innuendo too, right?
Chase still drinks Folgers.
I think you grind the bean, right?
Well, the Folgers song.
I can't find it on the shelf.
There's Folgers in your cup.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
That was on Fallon the other night.
That was bought. Somebody bought that song because the rights ran out. How much do you think they paid for it? I mean, you hear that song all the time these days, right?
I never hear it. Nope. How much?
$90,000.
So they thought that they were going to cash in.
Yeah. So like, it recently came up, and I'm just going to buy it, and I'll do something with it.
And Folgers basically said, "You know what? Jingles are kind of like a thing of the '70s. We're
Did
not
they get it on
them."
Inmo?
But Fallon the other night, they're in reruns because of the writer's strike. They were playing an old musical thing, and where they hit that button, but they already know. You told me they already know.
Oh,
right?
yeah, the impression wheel or whatever.
Yeah, so they do that, and it pops up, and it was Christina Aguilera singing the Folgers
in your cup,
Folgers in your cup theme, and she nailed it, man.
Dude,
Cher, she had to do it as Cher.
Okay, well, I was going to say she just needs to come back and tour because she was also doing Waze for a while.
Well, was she really?
Yeah, she was the voice of Waze.
Voice of Waze, Christina Aguilera.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
That has to be AI, by the way.
What, Waze?
Yeah,
it has to be because of all this, the streets and stuff.
There's no human time for her voice to sit down and do it.
I wouldn't think so. Yeah. So I guess she just lends her voice to AI and says, "Knock it out."
So that's a poll question, a Bud Light poll question. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our great friends at Bud Light, Taylor. Do we believe AI does the Christina Aguilera voice on Waze or any of the famous voices?
Yeah, because there was another one. Somebody was talking about it the other day. It wasn't Aguilera. It was a guy. It might have been Denzel.
That'd be good. I'd like Denzel to tell me where I'm going.
It's wild, though, the technology. I don't want to sound like an old man, but yesterday when I was out at Greystone, because of the way they have some trucks in the parking lot, you have to go a way that is not the normal route, right?
That's right.
And as soon as I started it, my car said, warning, you're going the wrong way. And I'm in a freaking parking lot.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, this is just...
Oh,
it's kind of scary, really, when you start thinking about it.
You're the one that got me on the Waze thing, man.
Waze is legit.
I do it almost everywhere now, to where I think every time I get in and plug in my phone, it just automatically syncs and it just tells me where I'm going. I was driving back from my brother-in-law's on Sunday, and I knew where I was going, and I was going to go a different way back than I came, and it was like, in 900 feet, do a U-turn. And I was like, no, I want to go this way. We wanted to go through Cobb Heights in 900 feet. And it kept doing that, and I finally had to turn it off.
The two things I like about Waze, there are two really good things about Waze. Like, I know where I'm going 95% of the time. I don't need the directions. But two things are, it alerts you on upcoming, like if the interstate shutdown or something.
Yeah,
you
if
get
that thing
alerts on
turns
that.
red, it's time to find another route.
That's right. And it'll reroute you, which is great because now I can avoid sitting in traffic. And then number two, it tells you where all the cops are. Yeah. That's what I like most about it. Now, it's not going to
police
be
officers. I hate the term cops, but police officers.
Well, I know you were
5 O's.
Yeah, the popo.
So you really hate pigs, right?
Oh, please. You might as well burn a flag in front of them.
I literally think the show about police officers was called Cops, but if that's where you want to draw the line. But it tells me where all the cops are, and now it's not going to be 100%, but I feel pretty good about it.
You know the origin of cops, by the way.
I think it was
Citizens
back,
on patrol?
No, I think it was back in the Capone days, where the ones that were on, the police that were on the take with Capone was cops.
No, it was because their badges were copper, right? And they called them cops.
Yeah, copper was
Copper badges.
Yeah, they were actually coppers back in the day overseas in Europe.
So they just shortened it to
They
cops.
shortened it to cops.
Check that for me while I tell you about our friends at Legacy.
Founded by Sir Robert Peel. Check that.
Yeah.
What the crap you think?
Sir Robert Peel.
God, you guys in your trivia, you guys are amazing. Great knowledge.
Weird fact.
Maybe show up at Odie's one night.
Don't ever get locked in a funeral home with Clay Travis, rock star. Our friends,
I can't get out of a burning train. I know that.
You cannot.
No.
LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. They got the everyday checking for you right now. If you're not happy with your checking, and listen, I know a lot of people except Lance don't write checks anymore, but your checking account also includes, your debit card when you throw that thing out there and all of your banking. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Get paid 2 days early with your direct deposit. Instant issue debit cards as well. Additional perks right there if you go to the digital banking app, LegacyCreditUnion.com, the official credit union of UAB. They got those lifestyle loans. If you want to, improve your home, take that dream vacation, you get all the details there as well. LegacyCreditUnion.com, again, federally insured by the NCUA.
There's a couple of stories here. Some say that it was constable on patrol that got shortened to cop, but the widely accepted story here is that in New York City, officers had copper buttons on their uniforms, so the word copper became a slang term for officers, and it got shortened to cop.
So it never gets to Capone. The ones that were on the take were known as cops.
No, I don't see that part. No, and I don't see the name Rockstar throughout. Sir Richard, somebody.
Robert Peel.
Robert Peel.
This
I don't
was
see
from
him.
the UK back in the day.
Yeah, it's New York City, according to this.
They're
one.
called Bobbies.
Yeah. Rockstar with his police officer trivia today.
Well,
you
stumbled in.
You have perked up in the last 3 minutes.
We stumbled right into
we
Rockstar's
have hit a
wheelhouse.
topic that you like. All of a sudden.
That topic I like is something I know a little bit about.
The NFL announces their schedule coming up Thursday night. And it looks like we are about to do something in back-to-back years. And I'm okay with this, but I'm sure there are some people. Last year, Christmas was on a Sunday. And we had 3 games on Christmas
I loved
Day.
it. Dolphins played one now. They lost to the freaking Packers. But
the belief is that some sources at NBC have leaked out that the NFL liked it so much that we may be sticking with it's a Monday this year. And so we're going to have 3 games on a Monday on Christmas Day again this year. And then eventually in 2024, we get to a Tuesday, Wednesday, Christmas. And it'll be interesting to see if, much like on Thanksgiving Day, but that's always on a Thursday, if on the Christmas Day triple header stays with the NFL on Tuesday and Wednesday in 2024 and 2025. But when they release the schedule on Thursday night, all the sources are saying we will get another Monday triple header in all 3 of the time slots.
Well, for football, to me, this is your best calendar for this reason, as it pertains to Christmas. So Christmas Eve falls on a Sunday, so you'll have an all-day NFL on Sunday. then
triple header Monday.
Based on this, triple header Monday. Then New Year's Eve is on Sunday, so you'll get all-day football from the NFL, and then New Year's Day is on Monday, so you'll get all the bowl games. And I guess a Monday Night Football game as well. I don't know how they're going to manage that because that is still in the regular season. But to me, that's the best schedule we ever get is when you got Christmas Eve on Sunday, so I get a full day of football on Christmas Eve. Then now we're going to get Christmas Day games.
See, I like the Christmas Day games.
I do too.
You know, back in the day, we had the blue-gray game out of Montgomery, the Crampton Bowl, and then we had the Aloha Bowl for a little bit, and now we've got the NFL. And I remember one time on a Monday night, we had the Cowboys and the Cardinals played, and the one thing I remember about that was it was the night they filmed Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, I do.
In that game, but that was on a Christmas night.
And listen, I know the reason for the season and all that, but Christmas Eve. It's when we go to church. On Christmas Eve.
That's my favorite service of the year is the Christmas Eve service at Shades Mountain Baptist. It's a great service.
So we do that on Christmas Eve, and we have a big family meal on Christmas Eve, and it's just a special night in our house. And then Saturday morning, even since they were kids, and still to this day.
You mean Christmas morning, not Saturday morning?
I mean, Christmas morning. We are an early rise family.
Yep.
We do a Christmas breakfast, open gifts, and all
See
of
what
that.
Santa brought?
Yeah. So by noon. Usually the kids, when they were younger, and now as even they're older, they are back playing with or using their things they have gotten for Christmas. And Maggie is proseccoed out or tired out on the
proseccoed out
on the couch.
Yeah,
and it's 12 noon, 1 o'clock.
But that was perfect.
I'm ready for football.
Yeah, that Dolphins game, Dolphins-Packers. Now again, the Packers ended up losing. I had to watch the end of it at my in-laws' house, and probably did not handle myself very well. I got up and walked out in the garage just for a second to cool down, and my daughter brought that up out of the blue the other day, telling a story. I didn't even know anybody was paying attention to me because they were all over there talking and eating and all that, and I'm living and dying with every Dolphins possession. Tua's playing with a freaking concussion nobody knew about. But it didn't start until noon, and that was perfect. I mean, by the time that game kicked, you had done everything you needed to do.
But you had to go to your in-laws. I mean, that's what sucks if you have any kind of obligations.
The only reason I agreed to do it is the Dolphins they should have been up 21 at the half. They completely screwed up the end of the half. But I thought the Dolphins, hey, we're up big. It's fine. You know, Tua's playing well. I know he's going to get concussed. I love it, but it's crazy that and somebody pointed this out, the NBA used to own Christmas Day.
Oh, no, that was the whole point of me bringing this up. This is a shot between the eyes.
Oh, the NFL's the NFL's thumbing their nose at them.
But the NBA will still attempt to put their games on Christmas.
They will attempt to, but this is the NFL owns television ratings, and they will annihilate the NBA, and that was a big NBA day.
It was
one of their better regular season ratings days, and this will suck all the air out of it. So watch for that Thursday night.
I can tell you just real quick.
I've already seen. Have you guys seen your home and away games?
Yeah. Dolphins have the second toughest schedule. So
it's not that tough, Brown. You've got the Dolphins roster. The toughest schedule is going to be the Buccaneers schedule because of the roster.
So 37 to 40 million people watch on Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day, I was trying to find it real quick, got close to that. So this is why they're doing it, because it's the first time they really did it, and they got like Thanksgiving-like ratings.
That's right. That's right.
And they're like, okay, we're all in now.
Yeah, from now on.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think like Tuesdays and Wednesdays you'll see it.
That'll be interesting because, they've never – that's the only days they've never played except during the pandemic.
That's right.
When they had to reschedule games, Tuesday and Wednesday games.
You don't leave those kind of TV ratings on the table just because it's Tuesday or Wednesday.
That's right. You have to manipulate some buys at that point.
Yeah,
right?
to get those kind of ratings you do.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too many people at home and usually with their stuff done. A lot more to get to, and we'll get to win totals in the final 2 hours of the show. No more guests today. Phone lines are open if you want to jump in. It's 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Our friends at Michelson will help you make a decision right now. Maybe you want to get better eyesight. Maybe you want to be able to see a little bit better. Laser eye surgery is been around for a while, but nobody does it better than Michelson.
Well, Dr. Mark Michelson was the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995. He's a true pioneer. To find out if LASIK is right for you, write this number down. It's a number that I called over 2 decades ago, 205-969-8100. Make that call. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on The Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
I like that beat. I mean, you can play that in a stadium.
Oi! 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 Oi!
Oh. Anybody watching Ted Lasso this year?
Nope.
Yeah, I couldn't get it, man. People swore by that show in the pandemic. I just did not like it.
Yeah, I think the first season, I hate to say this, is a little too positive, the entire show.
Yep.
But I thought the first season was good. Second season, I made it about halfway through, and
yeah.
The only guy I like is Roy Kent.
This is the 3rd season, right?
Yeah.
Best year. Better year than 2. So it's 1, 3, 2. I mean, 2. The second season was flat. This is a better year.
So this might be the best year of Succession. Close.
It's close, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
What is this, year 4?
Kieran Culkin, there's a chance that he could win a lot of awards. I think Tom might win some awards.
So good. So good.
Did you get to see this?
I did. Very sad. I've got to adjust a prediction I've made about how this turns out.
That conversation at the end of the show was incredible.
Out on the balcony between he and Shiv?
Some of the best acting.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's 2 great scenes they've had together this year.
Tom and Shiv?
Yeah.
I mean, Tom, you got to like Tom. You feel for Tom, right?
I do.
Yeah, you sympathize with Tom. Him and Greg, the dynamic's been great. The Greg Tom dynamic's broken up a little bit though.
It has.
Because Greg's gotten too powerful.
Well, Tom has too.
Yeah, but Greg's gotten too. Greg has become what Tom was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think they've started writing Greg differently this season. So, but the writer strike will not affect this season. But I did see that one of the threats, and it might have just been a veiled threat. I don't know if the whole union is threatening this. Was that the writers were one of their threats was they'll spoil the end of Succession, that they'll release how the series ends if they don't get a settlement.
I don't want to go.
That should be a capital offense right there.
Capital offense.
No, I mean I don't want to go lawsuits on them, but if they do that, I will be part of a class action lawsuit. We can start.
Well,
in this country, I can sue.
Call Shannara.
I can sue for anything.
I mean, they have a writer's strike. It seems like every 3 years.
I know, but that was one of the threats I saw is that they will start ruining the end of some of these series, and one of them was Succession.
Yeah. I'll have to, unless they're going to come to my back door and knock on my door and tell me.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to see it. Yes.
Here's your DoorDash, Mr. Dunaway. By the way.
Yeah. By the way, guess what happened?
Greg ends up in India. Our friends at Wayne's celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. Now's a great time to sign up for the Wayne's Lawn Care Service, spring and summer and into the early fall. You can't beat the Wayne's Lawn Care Service. You can save $50 on that. Mosquito protection, just get you outside and not have to worry about those pests. Save $100 if you stack it together. Throw in the pest and the termite protection, $150, $200 in savings. All if you use the promo code TNR. Promo code TNR. You go to the website, callwaynes.com, and put in that promo code TNR or 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Best part? These discounts are for new or existing customers. So even if you're already a Wayne's customer, which I hope you are, go ahead and throw that promo code in, TNR, and see what you get for it. Promo code TNR, callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. You guys were talking about strength of schedule in the NFL. The schedule release comes out tomorrow night. Some of that's already leaking out, including a possible triple header on Monday. Before Brown gives us the toughest and the easiest schedules in the NFL, do we have the world champions matchup on Thursday night yet? Do we have a guess on who it is? Chiefs versus...
I don't know who their cross division. I got to see who their cross division is first, or their cross conference, or whatever.
I mean, can y'all pull up? Have you seen?
I've not seen any speculation. I would like to see Chiefs Bengals. I think that'd be a really good game.
Chiefs' possible home games? If you pull those up,
Kansas
do they happen to play the Cowboys? Because that's always a
big one, isn't it?
Or do they happen to play the New York Jets, which would be really interesting with Aaron Rodgers and the Chiefs there.
Their 2023 opponents. I don't have freaking whether it's home or away though. Jeez.
But what divisions are they playing?
Well, they're playing. They're playing the AFC East because they've got Buffalo. That might be a big one if they get them at home.
Buffalo would be huge. The
Buffalo,
Jets
Miami,
would be huge.
Patriots, Jets. There's another one. Yeah, you're
might
gonna
be
get some
the
Jets
Jets.
primetime games.
Get Aaron Rodgers.
They're playing the NFC North. I don't think you would get Bears, Lions, Packers, or Vikings. And then they are playing the AFC South. Nope. They're playing Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and Philadelphia. Interesting.
Yeah. Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Super Bowl rematch if it's at home.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think you would do. I don't think they've ever done just the flat Super Bowl rematch, have they?
You got three possibilities, though. You have the Bills and Chiefs in that rivalry, which has turned into a pretty good rivalry.
Yeah.
Then you got the Jets, the possibility with the Aaron Rodgers news, and then you can throw the Super Bowl rematch.
I think you'll see when this comes out that you're going to get a lot of Jets primetime games. Now, just
replacing Tom Brady and the Bucs. That's all you'll do. The Bucs will have no primetime games
the
this
Jets
year.
Will get them all.
The Jets will get what Tom Brady had.
One of the myths about the NFL is that the Super Bowl champion always gets the most difficult schedule. That has never been true. I don't know where that myth got started, but the Super Bowl champion does not get the most difficult schedule the next year. They get pick number 32 in the draft, but they do not get the most difficult schedule.
Well, it's hard to set that up because
exactly.
you've got, obviously, your division rivals that you play twice.
That's 6 of your 17 games.
And then you've got the division from the other conference that you rotate once every 4 years.
That's right. So your most difficult schedule this year, and this is based on previous season's win percentage, your most difficult schedule, the Philadelphia Eagles. So the Eagles, your NFC champion, your Super Bowl runner-up's got the most difficult schedule. Your second most difficult, Miami. Giants, Patriots, Cowboys tied for third. The Jets will get the sixth most difficult schedule.
Well, that means they've got some good TV games.
They do. Your
easiest schedule.
Your Kansas City Chiefs are 16th, the defending Super Bowl champion, the 16th most difficult schedule. Your easiest schedule, congratulations to Scott Forrester, the Atlanta Football Falcons, Scotty.
Really, it's all because of the Buccaneers.
By the way, this never works out.
No, it really doesn't.
Never.
But Scott, based on last year's record, you got the easiest schedule.
Yeah,
Congrats.
teams that had Detroit and Jacksonville last year, those were viewed as easy games.
So if you're thinking, Scott, about tanking for a quarterback, not going to happen this year.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to the playoffs this year. Calling it.
Saints, by the way, 31st easiest schedule. So Saints and Falcons right there in that division.
You're going by last year's record, and
that's
remember
what they go by.
That whole division was below 500, and you play how many games? 6 games.
Well, like the Panthers are the 27th, and the Bucks are the 22nd. So, yeah, I mean, when you start factoring in the 6 games against a bunch of 500 teams, yeah, it's going to hurt your strength.
I think it's going to be the Bengals of the Dolphins. The more I look at this.
Oh, really? That Thursday night game?
Yep.
So the Bengals are an option as well?
Mm-hmm. I think it will be Bengals or Dolphins.
Oh, man, I'd be so fired up at the
Well,
Dolphins.
you get a
play that
healthy
first game.
Tua.
Yeah, that's true.
You think if
maybe,
you get through camp.
Maybe the only game of the season.
Yeah, but, I mean, Chiefs-Bengals, I mean, there's no better drama right there. 2 back-to-back AFC championships.
That's the
right?
one I think I would set up if I'm the league.
Get the schedule on Thursday. Those are the toughest and the easiest projected NFL schedules when that comes out coming up this weekend. By the way, how about this? He's going into his 14th year, but Kareem Jackson, who was part of that Alabama National Championship team in 2009, re-signed with the Broncos yesterday. He's been with the Texans, who drafted him in the first round, and the Broncos his whole career. But he's coming off a year at age 35 now, 35 and still playing DB in the NFL. Last year he played 1,139 snaps, and he had a career-high 94 tackles in his mid-30s.
I mean, would you have guessed of all the defensive backs that have come through Alabama? Now, Marlon Humphrey is still playing at an elite level.
Yeah, a ton of Trevon Diggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you figured.
But of all the ones that have come through that he would have the longest career, I don't think I'd have guessed that.
No, I mean, a lot of people thought it was a reach because I think they drafted Kareem either in the late first or second round.
Yeah, when he left early, he left his senior year on the early. He left after 2009, and we were all like, man, the team's
he was picked number 20.
Yeah, 20th overall to the Texans, and we were all like, why are you going pro, man? You got another year left, and you're not going to be a first rounder. Boom, he goes 20th in the first round, and he's been there 14 seasons now. Marlon Davidson, formerly of the Falcons, he is with the 49ers now. The former Auburn star signed a contract yesterday, and Jim Irsay has said enough that the NFL, he wants the NFL to investigate other teams, specifically the Commanders, for trying to tamper with Andrew Luck to try to get him to come out of retirement.
How long has he been retired?
6 years?
Something like that.
Man.
He's been.
Well, that is desperation.
Yeah, he ain't coming out of retirement.
No.
He's still young, but Irsay wants the Commanders investigated and anyone else who's willing to talk to Andrew Luck. Those are your NFL headlines. Into college football we go. Some win totals. We'll do the major conferences and throw in a little UAB and Notre Dame as well as we continue to talk a little college football. That and a lot more coming up. Lake Fest is coming up this weekend as well.
Yes, that is Logan Martin Lake Fest presented by our friends at AmFirst, coming up the 12th through the 14th. It's Alabama's biggest boat show, 80 boats, vehicles, food trucks, music, free Velcro Pygmies concert on Saturday. On Sunday, free mimosas for mom. Make sure you get out to Logan Martin right there in Pell City this weekend. It's Lake Fest. It's once a year, and it gets bigger and better. LoganMartinLakeFest.com for more information.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Do you have unexpected medical expenses? You want to update the backyard, or you just want to take that vacation of your dreams? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union offers lifestyle loans that can make all those things happen. The great news is no collateral is required, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Community Federal Credit Union's lifestyle loans at LegacyCreditUnion.com, or stop by any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UAB and UAB athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Already on the show, Dan Wetzel and Clay Travis. You can get those podcasted wherever you get us, including iHeart, Odyssey, Alexa, and Apple and Spotify on all your podcasts there. Remember to get your Alexa set up so you can just say, hey, let's listen, man, to the Next Round. And it'll play it any time of day, 24 hours a day. We're live on TuneIn Radio, the Next Round app. You can go to nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, check things out, nextround.store. They bring you, the store does, the Rockstar and Tyler camera over there, nextround.store. Get those great T-shirts, hats like LT and I have on today.
I'll get a new one for the course tomorrow.
A new one for the course tomorrow. Mm-hmm. I do not have a new one for the course tomorrow.
You just got a new one last week.
I did not. I put that back on the shelf.
The camo?
Yeah.
Why? Somebody say something negative about it?
No.
I'm just going to wear this for a couple of days and put it back.
No.
So that means somebody's going to get your hat that you wore.
It's in the slightly used department.
Oh.
No, that's the ones we give away.
So somebody will still get it.
Yeah.
But they won't pay for it at least.
Yeah. It'll be a freebie with a little bit of Jim DNA on it.
Okay.
Yeah. You won't find any loose hairs in it.
Let me
That's
ask this. I guarantee you somebody in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room knows this. The best way to wash a hat, because I've got a couple of hats that I've ruined. I thought dishwasher too, but I've also heard if you put it in a pillowcase and wash it like that.
Yeah, I've heard dishwasher, and they used to make a little plastic thing you could put the hat in.
You just don't dry it though, for sure, right?
No, you got it. I would not throw it in a dryer.
Well, you don't want to dry some of them because
they're going to shrink.
Yeah.
Well, really, you can lose a sticker or some, maybe some stitching or something like that. So I would never put it into a dryer.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if dishwasher or pillowcase is the best way to go.
I've never really washed hats. I've just heard the dishwasher. I mean, pretty much if it gets to the point where I need to wash it, I just toss it.
Like this one right here. And we'll talk college football in a second. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champies. This is the hat I wore on my Jeep tour through the desert of Sedona.
Yeah,
right? So when I got off, I mean, it was like I was in a wagon train. I got off and went, and dust is flying off the thing.
No, you would think that I had like tanner on my head or something with this one. Look.
A lot of sweat.
Do you color your hair?
No,
Do you
not
have
at all.
tanner?
That's nothing but sweat.
No,
right
it's
there,
it's like orange. No, sweat's not orange. I don't sweat orange.
No, that's sweat. That's just sweat stains. Your sweat's not orange, but then when it stains, it turns orange.
I don't know. Anyway, I need
Okay,
to
it
wash
probably
this
just
hat.
turned orange for no reason. Then.
I need to wash this hat because I don't want to chunk this hat.
Well, put it back and get another one.
That's what
Put it back
done
other
away with.
ways. Yeah.
Done with this one.
Trust me. I've met people who are not sitting on this desk that have more hats than I do from up here. Right? I mean, how many do you have? I've only got
I
like
think
7.
I got 2 or 3.
Only got 7.
7?
Yeah.
I have 2.
I think I've got 2, maybe 3.
Well, again, you don't wear hats. You don't wear
Yeah,
hats.
I don't really wear hats a lot.
Do you not wear hats because Roni said don't wear hats?
No, I if I'm being honest with you, the ones we initially bought gave me a headache. The Richardson hats gave me a bad headache. I suggest everyone go buy one. It won't affect you, but it does me. Nextround.store. And I was waiting until we got other styles. And when we got other styles, they do not give me a headache. So I'll wear those. The puka hats we have that are, it's not like nobody's got one on. Those are the ones that are all mesh. Those are really good on my head.
Our man Youngblood, a guy that we met at Twin Peaks last week, came up here for a tour. And he's like, I love the hats, but when are you guys going to get some toboggans, some skull caps? Which I think, obviously for summer it's not good.
Yeah,
I think
odd time to ask that, but by next fall, let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He asked
done
about
with it.
visors. I kind of just glossed over there because I'm not a visor guy.
I don't look good in a skull cap, but Rockstar does. If I can say that,
No,
if
you can
you're
say
not
it.
offended,
You
by
just
that.
said it, Rockstar.
Don't you dare. Why would you say that?
Yeah. Throw it up to him. We have one designed already. Throw it to Rockstar. Show it on the. Tell him
we've got one designed already?
Yeah. Go ahead and throw it. We actually have one. Turn
Okay,
around.
as you're pulling that, Walker says the tub works the best. Dishwasher ruins the crown. Hot water in the tub with OxyClean, borax, and baking soda for 5 hours. That seems like a pain in the ass.
I am told by a friend of mine, have it on the floor of the shower when you shower, then hang dry.
So you pee on it?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, that would be
you
my
guys,
problem. This might be what I did to this one.
Yeah. Has that one been in your pool? Is the question.
Oh, it has.
Yeah.
It has.
I'm just saying.
You think that's what it was?
That's what it looks like.
Sweat stains.
Son, you got piss on your brow.
Yeah. Have you never sweated in a hat?
There are a lot.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people.
But
that-
normally it's that white that comes through.
that swear by this borax and letting your clothes soak and do a deep cleanse every now and then of your clothes in the bathtub. Like that was a social media thing the last 2 years. I've seen that. Friends of mine who will do that will throw them into the bathtub and just let all their clothes sort of get the perspiration and it's sort of a deep clean of all your wardrobe.
Well, I think you got to do that on some of these, what are they called, the wicking shirts? Like the workout shirts.
Yeah,
whether
yeah.
it's Lululemon or if it's Nike, Under Armour, some of that stuff will hold the smell.
There's nothing like if you leave a clothes in the dryer or the washer too long and they sour, you can't get rid of that smell. You just
cannot
gotta throw those away.
I agree. We'll get to the phones right here, right after I tell you this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, Alabama. You go by there and go to Sterling and you say, hey, man, I want some great Southern fried chicken. But what about these Mississippi Delta recipe tamales I hear about all the time? He'll serve them up like 3 for an appetizer, and if you've never had a tamale before or didn't like them, try these. They are different and they are delicious. All the great sides and just so much great food. Champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. Let's go to Jeff in Anniston, who is next with us on the phones. Hey, Jeff, good morning to you. How are you?
Hey, I'm gay. I'm blind. I'm good.
Congratulations.
Are you Catholic?
No, I'm not. But I don't think I've even had to think about it. I had never even seen a blind gay guy before.
I'm not really keeping score.
They probably hadn't either, I don't guess. But, I have no life. I was so bored yesterday. I spent the whole day seeing if I could put toothpaste back in the tube, but I couldn't do it. And, wouldn't it be cool if just one time on Dr. Beckenstein's commercial, if he were to look at LT's follicles and look up and maniacally scream, they're alive, they're alive.
Jeff proving that Jeff proving that there is a writer's strike in Hollywood.
That's just a dream of mine. That'd be the perfect commercial for him. Speaking of dreams, dream of mine is if I ever get to pick in y'all's little preseason poll. Y'all never let me do that.
Why not, Dunaway? Why have you excluded Jeff?
Midnight tonight. Deadline for you to go to next round. No, it's midnight tomorrow night.
But it's not for us, right?
Nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. You fill out. You're in.
Do we have to have ours in by midnight tomorrow night?
Not the new poll. To register online to be a voter this year.
Nextroundlive.com, Jeff.
Nextroundlive.com.
Can you do that?
I don't want to get shut out. I just want to make sure.
Do I need to put some sugar in it to make sure I get in?
No, I mean, you just point out when you put Jeff, go ahead and make your last name Aniston. Can you do that? So make your last name Aniston so it sticks out, because there is a chance. There's a chance.
My wife's name's Aniston.
There's a chance you've applied before, and I didn't know you were Jeff of Aniston.
So not everybody that applies gets in. You pick through them?
I've got to come up with 58, and I try to be as diverse as I can when it comes to your college affiliation.
So you got to put your affiliation in.
Well,
so
I
Jeff,
identify as a gay black girl, so that'll help you be diverse.
Mighty Jeff.
You kind of stumbled at the end.
Yeah,
he did.
Didn't land.
Hey, have you taken an edible this morning? Honestly, just
No.
When's the last time you had an edible?
I'm not big on the edibles.
You just smoke?
I'd rather just get the vape. Yeah.
Yeah. So you in your vape cartridge, do you actually have THC though?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, up to the legal limit.
No, I see a bunch of people vaping, and I'm like, you got THC?
Why, you got some?
I said, well, I say, do you have? I just say, do you have weed in it? And they're like, no, and I'm like, well, I mean, what's the use?
Yeah. I'm not going to say I turn it down or anything, but yeah, I try. It's usually legal. But well, let me pick y'all's brains here, since I might be able to get in that thing. More likely to be a playoff team: Utah, Oregon, or Washington.
Oh, I'm going to go Utah just because they've knocked at the door the last couple of years. They've won the Pac-12 championship back-to-back years. You go back 3 years ago, if they would have beaten Oregon on that Friday night, they were in the college football playoff. Cam Rising coming back for that final year, I think, is going to be big. And again, Washington, I want to see it another year. We've seen good Michael Penix. We've seen bad Michael Penix. Year 2 for Kalen DeBoer. We'll see what happens there. And I'm just not buying Oregon.
It's going to be USC, but of those three, I would take Oregon.
Do you know who is tied? And it depends on where you see this. I've seen it 2 different numbers, but saw this morning tied for third in Heisman odds.
Bo Nix.
Michael Penix.
No, sir, Bo Nix.
Okay.
Bo Nix.
Now, Penix is right behind him. Penix is, and Caleb Williams is at the top. So all those quarterbacks out west.
Well, and here's the reason I don't go with Utah, LT, is I don't believe Cam Rising will be 100% for the season. Whether it's the beginning of the season, throughout the entire season. I know their hope is that he's ready to go for the Florida game in the opener. It's a long way from, not that far of a length of time from the Rose Bowl to the opener. And then how much work has he done the offseason? I don't think we get the same Cam Rising anymore. And that knocks Utah down for me. Michael Penix Jr. has never done it back-to-back years, but that's a dynamic guy.
Bo Nix has never done it back-to-back years.
He hasn't, but I'm relying more on the second year of Dan Lanning's defense to be better at Oregon. As I said, I think it's USC, Gap, and everybody else in the Pac-12. But of those groups, I think Oregon.
Well, and I'll tell you, here's how it's going to be the preseason rankings. It's going to be USC will be the top in the Pac-12. Washington will actually be next. Then Utah. Oregon will be number 4 of those 4.
100%. And those people are always right in the polls.
I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying that's the way it's going to lay out.
All right. What about Michigan, Penn State, or Notre Dame?
I would take Michigan.
Michigan.
I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be really good. Again, I think he's the best quarterback option that Jim Harbaugh has had.
And Michigan has has developed a style, and their offensive and defensive lines are year in and year out now are really, really good, and that is the most consistent thing you can have in football is really good offensive and defensive line. If you can do that, then a lot of the other parts are good. Of those 3, I will take Michigan, then Penn State, then Notre Dame.
Okay, what about Tennessee, Clemson, Florida State?
I'm going to go Florida State this year.
I'm going to go Clemson.
Yeah, I'm going to go Clemson with LT. Klubnik is the quarterback. There's no more hee-hawing or seesawing or whatever Dabo is going to do about the quarterback position. It's Klubnik. And it's not as much Garrett Riley coming in to call plays as it is. I just believe Klubnik is a more talented quarterback. They recruit very well. Everybody's picking Florida State now. I like Jordan Travis. I like some of the portal things they picked up. I like their defense. And of Tennessee, they lost a lot. I think all three of those teams will be really good, but I'm going to go Clemson.
Yeah, and I think Will Shipley's a guy nobody's talking about for Heisman, but I think with Garrett Riley coming in, the way he can utilize him, we remember Travis Etienne and how good he was a couple of years ago for Trevor Lawrence. I think that could be the same with Cade Klubnik. I think Shipley could end up being one of these guys that has 30 touchdowns this year.
Yeah. Better quarterback play this year, Bama, Auburn, or Georgia?
Georgia.
I would go Georgia.
Better quarterback play?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Georgia and then likely a gap or two.
It's weird, though. I mean, Carson Beck, I've seen none of him either. I've seen very little of Tyler Buckner. I mean, the one I've seen most of is Peyton Thorne, but I'm still buying the unknown in Carson Beck.
What about between Tennessee, Ohio State, and Texas?
Better quarterback play?
Yeah.
I think Quinn Ewers is going to be great. But
I'm going to go Texas.
I mean, Ohio State, it doesn't matter who you plug in. They throw for 40-plus touchdowns.
I'm going to go Texas.
I would go Ohio State.
Yeah, Ohio State's got great receivers, though. That helps you as a quarterback.
Yep. And let's not forget, Ewers was at Ohio State for a second, knew he was never going to play there, and he left.
All right. You got time for a couple more?
Yeah, real quick.
All right. Best coach, Heupel, Kiffin, or Freeze?
I would go...
Track record, it's Freeze.
I would go Freeze, Heupel, Kiffin.
That's the order I would go with.
Wow, really? Heupel or Kiffin? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have one good year of Heupel. I'm going to need to see a little bit more before I put him in front of Kiffin.
All right, McVay, Reed, or Sean Payton?
Oh, Andy Reid.
Yeah,
that's easy.
Reed, McVay for me, and then Payton.
Reed, McVay for me, and then Payton. But all three are very good.
Peyton and McVay are pretty much the same guy. I'd go Reed, and then it's a tie.
Yeah.
Last one, guys. Most likely to have a deep playoff run in the next 3 years, the Jags, the Texans, or the Panthers?
I will go the Jags.
What's the question?
Deep playoff run. Jags, Texans, Panthers. I also would go Jags. It's just a proven quarterback.
Yeah, I would go Jags because they're already there, so they would be first. Texans have a longer rebuild. The Panthers are closer, but the Jags are already a playoff.
I've already seen the quarterback. I've already seen Trevor Lawrence can get them to a playoffs.
We'll jump into some of these win totals. Jeff sort of jumped into that a little bit for us. All of our guests, as always, and the callers on JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Mother's Day coming up this weekend. Our friends at Bromberg's can help you with some special gifts.
Yeah, and right now, Dunaway, the big diamond sale is underway. That's going on through the 13th. Both stores, Mountain Brook and the Summit. If you've ever wanted the diamond from Bromberg's, now is the time to buy. We invite you to the stores to view the expansive selection of beautiful jewelry. Expert sales associates, always happy to help you with the perfect piece. Enjoy savings up to 50% off diamond jewelry and loose stones just in time for Mother's Day. If you waited until the last minute to get something for Mom, best gifts come from Bromberg. Show her just how much you care with a new piece of diamond jewelry wrapped in their signature silver gift box. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
Win totals from our friends at DraftKings, except for these 3, which are from College Football News and FanDuel. UAB, 6.5 win total. If they go over that, that's a good year for Trent Dilfer.
UAB at 6.5?
6.5.
Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. I mean, I think the first time we went through it, we set it ourselves at 3.5. Or Lance and I did. I don't know where you were on it, but I think Lance and I both said 3.5, and the over would be really good.
I find it hard for them to be a bowl team this year. And 6.5 is a bowl team.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're pulling for Trent and hope he does good things.
Hey,
and ultimately might, but this thing flies under.
Yeah, that's crazy if he can get them to 7 wins.
Yeah, but I saw some bowl projections today at 24/7, and it had UAB in the Boca Raton Bowl. So
again, that's a great year for them.
Yeah, if they get 6+ wins again, it's a huge success for Trent in his first year. Who's going to be the better group of 5 team? I've seen both of these teams. Well, really, this one team is showing up in all the bowl projections as the group of 5 represented in the New Year's 6 bowls. That's Tulane. They have them over under 9.5 wins. 9.5 for Tulane.
I think I'd play the under. I think I'd play the under too.
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to do that back-to-back years. I know Pratt stayed. Yeah, that's big.
The big running back's gone.
Yeah.
It's UTSA, the one I like more. They've got them at 8.5.
Oh, I'd play that over.
And I would go over that as well.
Now, what are their out of conference?
Well, they're at Tennessee, I know.
That's a game they could win, though.
I think so, too.
Oh, you think UTSA can win at Tennessee?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think UTSA is going to be this year's Tulane.
UTSA opens at Houston. That was a classic game, if you remember, in San Antonio last year.
Triple
classic
overtime,
game. Yeah,
right?
triple overtime game.
That I think UTSA won.
They've got to go to Houston this time, though. They host Texas State, they host Army, and then they're at Neyland Stadium.
Yeah.
They're after a bye. They're at Temple. They host UAB. They're at FAU. They host East Carolina. They're at North Texas. They host Rice. They host USF, and then they're at Tulane.
Oh, so UTSA Tulane to end the season.
Yeah, there's 9 wins there. I can find 9 wins there. I don't think they win at Tennessee.
Notre Dame over under from our friends at DraftKings 9.
It's a tough one.
If they're 8-4 though, that's a disappointing year for Marcus Freeman, especially with Sam at quarterback.
Give me their schedule, and I'll tell you the games they're going to be underdogs in.
They're a favorite against Navy. They're a favorite against Tennessee State. At NC State, Tulsa.
They're favored.
Central Michigan, they're favored. Ohio State, they're a dog.
Yep.
Even though it's in Notre Dame Stadium,
Still
it's a skinny dog, but they're a dog, right? At Duke, they're favored. At Louisville, they're
favored. By the
favored.
way, Duke's going to be good this year.
Yeah, but Notre Dame's still favored.
Oh, yeah.
At Louisville, they'll be favored. Hosting USC, they'll probably be a skinny dog there.
No.
You think they'll be favored?
No, they'll be a dog.
Hosting Pitt, at Clemson, they'll be a dog there. Hosting Wake, and then at Stanford. They're really only a dog at Clemson and hosting Ohio
I think
State.
they're 9-3.
Yeah,
well, what's the total? 9?
9, yeah.
There you go.
They seem to know what they're doing. Okay, the Pac-12 real quick since they brought them up, and we'll get to the other conferences later on after trash and in the final hour of the show. But in the Pac-12, Arizona and Arizona State. Arizona's 5.5, Arizona State's 5. Both those programs, that sort of sums them up. They're sort of blocked.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think they're passing ships right now. Jed Fish did a good job with Arizona last year.
Yeah.
Now they're losing Dorian Singer, who's going to USC, their best wide receiver. But he did a really good job with that offense last year.
Cal's 4.5. Justin Wilcox is there. He's done some work in the portal. We'll see what he does. What do you think DraftKings has D on it? Over under?
I would put it
3.5.
They go flat 3, so they give you the push on the 3.
I mean, 3's where I'd want to be. Yeah, well, I mean, at 3.5, I'd definitely go under. 3 is really where I'd want to be.
The other team in Oregon State, which just this win total tells you the job they have done there, it is 8.
Yeah, I was going to put it at 8.5.
Yeah,
Jonathan Smith's done a nice job, and they're back to I think the full stadium now, so the home field advantage will be back a little bit for them.
Well, and you've got a better quarterback. I mean, say what you want about DJ, but he is an upgrade from Chance Nolan, and now that he's working with Jonathan Smith, I think you'll see improvement.
Here's the expectation for Oregon in the betting community with Bo Nix and Dan Lanning in year 2 there. 9.5 is the win total.
I think I'm inclined to go over.
Yeah, but that is the same win total you can get USC at 9.5.
Well, USC won some tight games last year. Again, nobody is confident that the defense is fixed. Give me Oregon's schedule, though.
Well, their non-conference isn't crazy. Portland State at Texas Tech, which is far from a layup. I mean, that's a tough game for them at Texas Tech, and then they host Hawaii. So their non-conference isn't like absurd. That Texas Tech game,
I think
that's
Texas
a tough road
Tech,
trip.
I could see them lose that game. I would take Texas Tech right now plus 6 points and feel good about it.
And USC's non-conference is a joke outside of Notre Dame. They play San Jose State and Nevada. But they do play Notre Dame on the road in the middle of their Pac-12 schedule.
Hey, is that one you want to jump on?
So Oregon's a contender at 9.5. USC's 9.5. UCLA seems high with their quarterback change at 8.5. Utah's 8.5 with Cam Rising.
Seems low. And when's the last time they won less than 9 games?
I think 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
I'll tell you what,
No,
man.
I think it's been 4 years ago.
Not the easiest start for them. Host Florida at Baylor. I mean, that's 2 pretty tough games to start with.
Washington's a even 9, so it's a tick lower than USC and Oregon.
And remember, their out of conference is at Michigan State. They play Boise, but they're at Michigan State out of conference.
Neither one. Good names for both of those.
That's right, but games they should win.
Washington 6.5. Stanford's a 3.
Ooh,
How
Washington
far is
6.5 or Washington State?
Washington State
Okay.
6.5. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Cam Ward's coming back, though. Good quarterback.
Yeah.
And Stanford's a 3.
Sad, man.
Well, that program has fallen off, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think David Shaw, for whatever reason, they're not going to fire him.
We'll do some of the other major conferences, the SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC, in the final hour of our show. Trash is coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you in part today by Our friends right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, when it comes to customer service, nobody's better than those guys. And listen, if you're ever in the area, date night, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, get by Champy's right there. Great bar area to enjoy a good cocktail. We had the margaritas from Champy's. Sterling brought up to us a couple of weeks ago. Just fantastic there. All the great food. Destination lunch place as you travel to and from the lake or the beach this summer, just shortly right off the Alabaster exit on I-65. It's on Highway 119. Just throw it in the Waze or the GPS and let them direct you to a great lunch or dinner. ChampysChicken.com. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Do you have unexpected medical expenses? You want to update the backyard, or you just want to take that vacation of your dreams? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union offers lifestyle loans that can make all those things happen. The great news is no collateral is required, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Community Federal Credit Union's lifestyle loans at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UAB and UAB athletics, federally insured by the NCUA. The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
It's not going to get itself.
Wow. Hilty's not going to get trashed.
Well, I mean, you were looking at me like, what are we going to do?
Every day.
Again, it's something. It's his system, Rockstar. Everybody's got to have a system or something. Well, I don't know.
Trash coming up in just a second here. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag, Dunaway. Code Nixon. What?
Save that one for a little bit later.
Why?
I got to get it within a window.
Oh.
We'll talk about our friends right there at New York Butcher Shop. How about New York Butcher Shop? That's a great
Lance
sponsor.
normally tells about New York Butcher Shop. Did you see my steaks last night?
I did not. Did you grill last night?
Oh, buddy, did I grill last night.
Do I follow you on social media? Where'd you put that?
Know.
Instagram?
Huh?
Instagram?
It's on all of them. All three.
I may have muted you.
Why would you mute me?
I don't know.
Were you about to hit Dunaway over the head?
Yeah. We're talking about New York Butcher Shop.
New York Butcher Shop, Lance.
Hey, look, I mean, they've got just incredible steaks, chicken, ribs, really any kind of meat. Handmade sausage there from Jim and that great crew. 2 locations to serve you. Rare quality, well-done service. Highway 119 in Greystone. The original right down the street here in Cava Heights. They've also got great sides ready to take home for you and the entire family. Fantastic selection of fine wines and incredible desserts. Again, it's a one-stop dinner shop. It's the New York Butcher Shop.
What'd you groan about?
2 fillets and a ribeye?
2 fillets and a ribeye. Filet for Jennifer and Anna Kate, ribeye for me.
No, I love the ribeye too, man.
Yeah. There's Scott. Scott's got a photo of it.
So
How
the
good do those look, man?
That is a big piece of meat. How many?
It
Was
is.
that 16 ounces?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. They were the
prime?
Yes. Now, those were petite fillets. So, they do make the ribeye look a little bit
Call
bigger.
me a girl. I like the petite filet.
Oh, I like a good fillet, but I was just in a ribeye mood last night.
So
I
did you
wanted to
eat
be-
all 16 ounces, or did
Lance,
Charlie
I mean,
get some?
Lance.
Did you eat a little
I
bit
ain't
of?
giving Charlie a piece of steak. Huh?
Did you eat a little bit of one of the girls' fillets?
I did not. They both finished their fillet. I really wanted to try a piece to make sure I cooked it just right.
What
but,
little bit?
A little bit had a bowl of mac and cheese.
God bless her.
That's her steak.
Yeah.
What did
that keeps her in that yellow belt?
Hey, I had some of the.
Oh, she's a black stripe now, Jim.
Black stripe. Yeah. Where's that on the scale? Is that past yellow?
Black belt is next. So she's a red belt, and you go black stripe, double black stripe, and then black belt.
Oh, so you go red, then black stripe, double black, and then so
That's right. She's a black stripe.
She's 3 belts away from being the highest you can be.
I mean, she'll probably be a
Or
black
just-
belt this time next year, I think, is the projection.
And then that's it, right? She just
Well, I
does
mean,
movies and stunts.
That's right. At that point, she just whips people's tails. Yes.
I had one of the most random dreams that you just reminded me of. You were like a black belt yourself.
How about that?
And it was more competition, but Jack and Jace were telling me, man, Ryan Brown, his quickness, his ability to kick.
Well,
I've had some weird dreams lately.
Yeah, you really have.
I occasionally throw on just a show I've seen before if I'm going to eat a quick dinner before I go for a run or something. So yesterday when I left here at about 4, I got home, and so I was sort of in between time. So I was going to just grab a little hummus and a couple of carrots and celery. And I threw in an old Entourage, and I just randomly picked one. It was when Vinny, spoiler alert, from a show that was...
Let me guess, they smoked weed, they chased ass, he turned down a script.
That was a good episode.
I was just about to say, Vinny reminds me a lot of you, but I was going to pay that as a compliment. He's just a fun guy, good-looking guy. Everybody likes to be around him, but, go ahead, smokes pot, and, blah, 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 all the downsides.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but it was one way.
Pot will not call kettle black, okay?
He took the Japanese martial art commercial for the Japanese version of Red Bull and went out there and did that commercial. And he had to learn a little martial arts in it.
Now, Chase asked, does my family insult me by using A1 steak sauce like they do his? No, they know better than that. Now, that's on me. If you need A1 steak sauce, I've cooked the steak wrong, and I apologize for that. But no one in my family would ever ask for steak sauce.
Good poll question brought to you by our great friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy, Taylor. Evan says, yes, Jim, LT is Vinny Chase. If you watch the show Entourage, is LT our Vinny Chase?
No, well,
if so, which one of us is Turtle?
Adrian Grenay is the actor that plays him. And Rockstar, you can pull him. I mean, there are some similarities in the look. I mean, he's a better looking guy than me.
Yeah, but a little personality though too.
I didn't really love any of those characters on the show. I did watch it for a while.
Oh, I've watched every episode a couple of times.
But there are certain spots where he looks a little bit like me.
Yeah, and
But
that's not a
again,
bad thing, right?
No. He's a better looking. Like if you know how when people get played, somebody plays them in a movie, and the actor's always better looking.
So if we went,
that would
Lance in a movie, it'd be that guy.
Yeah, and they'd be like, okay, he could play Lance, but he's a better looking.
Yeah, he's a
Lance.
better looking Lance.
Yeah,
That's a pretty good cast already. If we got Michael Keaton and that guy playing us, I don't know who's playing Brown.
No,
but
no,
that's pretty good role right there.
Let me text my daughter. There apparently is an actor that her friends say I look like.
This is going to be fun.
Let me text it.
Well, you work on that while we do trash. Hit it, man.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Jay over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Sloan, all caps.
Any day.
Oh, Sloan was...
I never watched the show, so I don't even know if I'm getting insulted here.
No, you're not Sloan.
Wait, who were
Sloan's the attractive, good-looking girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, I'm saying whenever they tell me who I am, I don't even know if it's an insult or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I technically, I guess I could be Johnny Drama. I want to be like Lance. I'm half the talent, half the looks.
You're killing him today. Well, actually, you're killing him with kindness today.
You don't really have a whole lot of drama in your life.
No, I think the only drama he's got self-created.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
And just like Johnny Drama, it's all self.
I think you create drama, but you don't have a lot of drama surrounding you.
There was one episode where Johnny Drama thought about getting calf implants. That sounds like something I would do.
Yeah, that really does.
If everybody else was doing it, you'd want them.
I mean, what a waste. I can't believe people get calf implants.
I really can't either.
Yeah. I mean,
you really think our girls looked at a guy's calves before and gone, okay.
Oh, wait.
Look at him. That's my one.
I was going to go ahead and say it. You think you have good calves, so don't you? I've heard you say this
No,
before.
no, I do not.
People have told me.
I don't know.
good
Hey,
calves.
whoa. I've never said a word about my calves until somebody started insulting them when we were doing the show from over at North River, and I simply ask, are my calves that bad? I don't really pay attention to my calves. I mean, I don't know. I really can't tell you how little I care about my calves.
My next leg day will be my first leg day.
Well, somebody up here, I don't know who it was, but it was somebody who's in the lobby all the time. I can't remember. I'm not going to call anybody out because I can't remember who it was. But somebody did say that I should start working my legs out a little bit.
Somebody that works here?
Yeah.
Well, don't skip leg day is what they basically told you?
Well, I think they were insinuating I have very undefined skinny legs.
Well, I've never really noticed.
I haven't either.
And I've known you forever, and I've never noticed if your legs are skinny or fat.
I mean, not to do process of elimination. Was it one of our two females?
Yeah, was it Kelsey or Taylor?
Unless I dreamed it, one of them said that. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
We've had a lot of weird dreams on the show today.
Yeah. What game are you reffing today? Are you umping?
I am dressed in black today, but I'm not playing golf.
One of you two's got to be playing.
I am not. I'm getting dental work done right after the show.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
I am staying here for next round cocktails this afternoon and anything else that needs to be done up here today.
Are you hosting today?
No, I'm the tech operator. You're hosting today.
Okay, just making sure. Hey, live 3:30. Join us. Kelly Hunter, Brittany Wagner. They've got some good topics they've already sent me. So. You guys be prepared for that. Here we go. By the way, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything this year may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Police say in Germany, this is coming out of Berlin, 51-year-old man who was left tied up in the woods when a sex game went awry had a lucky escape after a cyclist and a hunter heard his screams for help. Now, I almost watched the movie. I haven't seen it. I think it's called Gerald's Game. I bet Lunsford's seen it. I can't see Lunsford from this thing.
He's taking no.
Yeah, I've seen the Netflix thing. I think it said the.
Well, it's a couple, and they're trying to.
It's a Stephen King book.
Okay, well, they're trying to
rekindle the love.
Yeah, and so they go to a cabin, and she gets handcuffed. They handcuff each other to the bed, but he has a heart attack and dies, and she can't get out.
Yeah. They're on the brink of a divorce, and he's trying to let's just do this one more shot. Let's go to the cabin and let's do this sex game. And I'm going to handcuff you to the bed, and then he gets up and has a little bit of chest pains.
Oh, wow, that's sucky timing.
Yeah, he should have tossed her the key, though.
So she's handcuffed to the bed,
so she's
he's dead.
she's got to. They're in a cabin in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, wow, that's crappy right there,
and
man.
here comes the wolves.
That is bad timing.
Well, I think the door's closed.
There is dogs involved.
I mean,
bad timing.
She's got to witness that.
Is it worth the watch?
It's got the girl that's in all the
yeah, I know you're talking about
Haunted Manor, Bly Manor, all that stuff. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's a Netflix, but it's pretty good.
What's the worst sex game? Hide and go seek or
Bobbing for Bananas sucks.
Red Rovers and Dunaway on over.
For Maggie, it's hide the sausage. Police said the man was discovered fully dressed but firmly bound with ropes and pantyhose.
God, you're bound firmly.
Pantyhose over his head.
Robbing a bank?
Y'all got to pay attention to this.
Sorry,
okay?
Lance.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Okay, again, I'm going to start over.
All right.
German police say a 51-year-old man who was left tied up in the woods when a sex game went awry had a lucky escape after a cyclist and hunter heard his screams for help. Police said the man was discovered fully dressed but firmly bound with ropes and pantyhose over his head atop a deer hunting platform.
My gosh.
Now, in a statement on Friday, police said the man appeared to have been tied up by a woman he met online. After she had done so, the woman received a phone call and fled the woods suddenly. Now, the, quote, 51-year-old man told officers that he had a box cutter on him for such situations. Boy, I bet she would have loved to have known he had a box cutter on him.
Boy, you start undressing if that falls out of the pocket.
He seemed to have underestimated the woman's bondage skills because he was unable to reach the knife. The man was unharmed and refused to provide information about the woman's identity. Police have opened an investigation.
Like, what do you talk about when you're in the process of walking in the woods? So you just do a normal conversation,
So
and then
so you're going to firmly tie me up?
yeah, like this. There's a deer stand.
Big fan of a slip knot? Or
Yes.
what?
I like pantyhose on the head, if
Yeah.
you don't mind.
Yeah. And was that a two different people or a biker who's a hunter as well? Like he's
There's a cyclist and a hunter, so it's interesting.
two
that
different
they-
people.
Yeah, two different people. You know, she got a phone call and quickly scampered. I'm going to say boyfriend or husband.
I would imagine husband.
Probably
tell you
not.
what.
Probably not employer at that
Well,
point, right?
Let me ask you this question though: If you're hiking in the woods, you come up on somebody tied to a tree, you got to think twice about cutting them loose, don't you? I don't know what
Yeah.
I've stumbled into at that point.
Yeah, I'm going to call authorities.
No, I'm gonna act like I don't see them, and if they give me a good story, then maybe I turn around.
Man, I tell you what, I do not know what I've stumbled into at
Because
that
I
point.
feel like at that point somebody's watching me from the
Exactly.
perimeter, right?
That's right. They've evacuated the scene, but they're still keeping an eye on their prisoner.
Hey,
Yeah.
buddy, do you not have a box cutter for such situations?
you are firmly bound.
Maybe I'll fire my gun in the air and see if there's a cyclist close by that can come help with this situation.
I mean, I would say, hey, look, in 60 seconds or less, give me a good reason you're tied up.
Still.
And then I keep walking and probably call the authorities, let them handle it.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to get to a place with cell service to call the cops.
Newberry High School, South Carolina, their assistant principal has warned students and staff on Tuesday afternoon that students would no longer have toilet paper when they went to the bathroom. Now, starting on Wednesday, students would have to go to the front office to pick up their toilet paper.
That's embarrassing.
That is.
Now, look, I know times are tough.
Back
but-
again, Rockstar?
Yeah, this has been a bad day. We had chili.
Now, the assistant principal, Cornelius Cromer, said administration has decided to take the toilet tissue out of the restrooms for the remainder of the school year. This was because students were flushing entire rolls of toilet paper down the toilet.
I mean, this used to happen when I was in school at Saks. I can remember going to the bathroom and there would be cigarette butts in the toilet and a roll of tissue. And I'm like, I mean,
what are you doing?
Yeah, just idiots.
Yeah.
Now it's all vape cartridges.
Yeah, and I guess still toilet tissue.
Cell phones and tablets.
Okay, here are discontinued Disney park foods. The beaver tail. Wasn't an actual beaver tail.
Oh, was it not?
Now, Epcot has long been known for cuisine.
No, I mean that's chocolate,
Speaking
right?
of toilet paper.
No, yeah.
That's not chocolate. I think it's chocolate, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
these
that's you in Arizona when you shit on a rock.
it's me at Ben Brook that day. That is. I
There's
think
no way somebody ate that.
I think it's like yeah, I've heard of these before. That's powdered sugar, not very well done.
Okay, so this is
It's a pastry with chocolate.
Trapper Bob's Beaver Tail. It's a Canadian
awful.
chain restaurant. Their flat, wide pastries came in flavors like apples and cinnamon, maple and chocolate, and cinnamon and sugar. Beaver Tails developed a rather devoted fan base, and those devotees were quite shocked when Trapper Bob was removed from Epcot sometime in 2004.
Lester, have you ever had beaver tail?
I have. I've had
Can't
that
say I
before.
have.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like a pastry. It is.
Yeah.
It's what it looks like. It's a flat pastry. They like just put chocolate icing.
Well,
on it.
Canada is the best looking nation at Epcot.
Oh, it's the best too. The best
Yeah.
restaurant.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, that's the worst presentation I've ever seen for a
agree.
dessert.
No, mine looked better than that. It was better put together, more evenly spread, and I agree with you. The steakhouse, is it? That's in Canada.
Yeah. Le Cellier.
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best looking nation of all
I'm
of
gonna
them.
leave
at
you
Epcot.
hot for these months.
So, have you had legit beaver tail? Is that what you were saying?
No,
Or you've
I've had that beaver
Okay.
tail back in the day.
French toast loaf for many Disney
Oh, that sounds
foodies.
good, though.
We make this at the house.
Perfect morning at Magic Kingdom started with a stop at the Main Street Bakery for the French toast loaf.
Why would you just?
It's exactly what it sounds like. Thick slices of bread smushed into a loaf pan, then drenched in egg, vanilla, cinnamon, and cream. After baking, a slice was served with a dusting of powdered sugar and a side of syrup. Sadly, the fan favorite was removed around the time it was converted to a Starbucks, 2013.
Oh, I've been in that Starbucks, though, yeah. So that's what happened. But I got a cinnamon roll from that Starbucks in the shape of Mickey Mouse, and it was good.
I'm just telling you, that's one of our breakfast, Christmas morning part of our breakfast is because it's almost,
Jennifer does that same thing. Yeah.
You drizzle your syrup from 10 feet up, too?
No, it's like a casserole, basically, a French toast.
French toast casserole.
Oh, it's so good. I agree.
Yeah. It's really good.
The Handwich. Now, the sandwich was created when John Montague, the Earl of the Sandwich, asked for a more portable way to eat a meal while playing cards in 1763. 1988, Disney took it a step further. Knowing that its guests were often juggling strollers, balloons, shopping bags, the company invented a food that could be held in just one hand. The Handwich consisted of a bread cone filled with sandwich toppings like ham and cheese, pulled barbecue chicken, tuna salad. Guests loved it. By the mid-90s, it was gone, though.
Yeah, that's surprising.
I'd destroy that walking around the park.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like one of them would fill me up, but yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of messy to me.
Hey, you say that thing might be really thick.
By the size,
how's that any different than an ice cream cone?
It's a meat ice cream cone is what it is.
Well, yeah, but the meat will fall out. The ice cream doesn't fall out.
No, ice cream just melts and gets all over
Not
your
if
hand.
you eat
It's
it
100
fast
degrees in the
enough.
summer.
What ice cream are you eating?
It doesn't fall out of the cone.
I agree with Brown. Like having to
one bite, and that crap's going everywhere right there.
No, not if you manage it correctly.
You'd have to teeth it.
I'd swallow the entire top of it.
I bet you
and then I would start nibbling the edges.
The final discontinued
Out of context, it sounds great.
Disney park food was the animal poop. In 2015, Animal Kingdom, Disney's theme park in Orlando, introduced candies that fit in with the animal theme a little too well. At Uri's Sweet Shop, adventurous guests could purchase treats that closely resembled elephant, rhino, giraffe, or
a very large rabbit.
Yeah, their poop for just $3.99.
That rabbit's farting cannonballs.
Hey, can you heat this up a little bit so I can get a little steam coming off of it, please?
No, I mean, one of them looks like a blue cheeseburger, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and finally, we've got a game of what is this?
Okay.
What is this thing? Rockstar's got these.
There's a popular subreddit that is called "What Is This Thing," where people find something in their house and they have like an old antique and they like don't know what is this, and people answer what it is, and it's just interesting.
When I grew up with my grandmother, this would happen occasionally. I'd be like, "What the hell is this?"
So, what is this thing in your opinion, guys?
That is
medieval torture, and they put somebody's junk in it.
Yeah. No, that's a cigar cutter.
Nope, that is going to be an apple slicer.
That is like an egg poacher.
That's an egg poacher?
Yeah.
How about that?
No, but if you were getting taken downstairs to get tortured and that thing came out,
I'd put a bullet in me.
Yep.
This was great.
Oh, that is. I don't know what that is. It's a
That
terrible
is,
chair.
What's a chair made of skis?
Yeah, it's a ski slope.
It is.
That is your dream when you go to a beer for a flight of beers. You want them to be that long.
No, what that is a tacky ass chair.
I think the birthing chair.
It was designed for horse riders that were on horses all day, so you could literally put your feet up like stirrups, and it sloped in the back so you could rest.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks comfortable.
Yeah. And
I'd rather be on the
I bet
horse.
they sold the shit out of those.
That used to keep me from going blind back in the middle school.
Oh my!
That's called just the thumb.
Yes. What do you do with that, Rockstar?
That's for when you're shucking oysters, so you don't hit your thumb.
Oh, well, how about that?
Makes sense.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. That is
a broken wagon wheel.
A Mayan sundial.
Yeah.
That is when the cars that initially first invented cars, they didn't have reverse, so you would park it and you'd have to turn that wheel to move your car forward.
Oh, you needed it that way.
Start it again to move it out of the
Oh,
garage.
yeah. How about that?
How about somebody came up with a reverse and they're like, that is a great idea.
And someone's like, that is so stupid. I'm not going to
nobody's
drive
gonna use
backwards.
that.
I just invested in the reverse wheel.
Oh, that's to keep skateboarders off the
Brown
off the
got
thing.
it right.
Yeah.
That's for skateboarders not to do the railing.
How about that,
Tyler?
Yeah.
That right there is it's a game I used to have. I
remember that.
The ring would roll down and back and forth.
Yeah.
That's a measuring stick.
Yeah, take the ST out of D. That is a corn shucker, corn cob shucker.
That was next. Next guess.
Last one, I think. This is found in Germany, I think.
I would say it's a sink, but it doesn't have a water faucet.
I think it's a female urinal.
Next to male urinals?
No.
It's a
What
weird
is she
bathroom.
gonna straddle
Yeah,
that?
I mean, how
You
does a
walk
female-
in on that.
Why
my
not just
God.
use a toilet?
And it has plumbing.
Yeah.
That is a specific sink
I think it's a water pick.
Is it where you brush your teeth?
to vomit in.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
All
did
right.
they have that much vomiting?
It's
Yeah,
a compliment
I guess it
to the
must be a
shelf,
barn.
actually.
Where,
Yeah.
where was this?
This is somewhere in Germany. And
You
that's
know,
it.
you know,
Let's-
today was supposed to be my last day in Amsterdam.
Was it? Wow.
That
to
is,
miss that.
Do you guys think I would have made it back?
Amsterdam was going to be tricky.
Yeah. I don't think you would have made it back on time.
Probably not. Well, I had planned on not coming back till the 11th.
That is Trash, brought to you today by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
More win totals still to come, and a lot more. Braves back in action tonight as they get Boston 6:20. You can watch it on old school style on TBS tonight. Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round as we roll on to show you how times have changed before you tell us about my bookie, Brown, now that we've hit a proper time. Our friends at the NBA Cobwebs is something that is a good follow if you're an NBA fan. Old moments in history. On May 9th, 1984, in the Eastern Conference Finals between the Celtics and the Knicks, at Boston Garden. Danny Ainge and Darrell Walker get into a fight where they actually throw punches in the middle of a game, right? They get ejected and throw punches. They are fined afterwards. They're fined.
Okay.
Now, we're coming off of Jokic getting fined $25,000 for an owner flop, $25,000. These guys threw punches in the Eastern Conference Finals on national TV. Danny Ainge was fined $750. Darrell Walker was fined $500. Dennis Johnson and ML Carr, who came in to fight as well, were each fined $350.
Okay, but let's not forget, I bet Danny Ainge at that point was probably making $350,000. And Nikola Jokic is making probably $35 million.
Yeah, the fine. What's the fine going to do? $25,000 fine to Jokic. He's got that money in his couch cushions, and you would say, well, the fine is to discourage players from doing that. There's not a player that a $25,000 fine is going to get their attention.
No, I'm just pointing out there was a time in history when you would watch a new car, a commercial on television, and it was for $4,999, or you could buy a home for $110,000.
Yeah, the fines have increased a little bit.
$750 for throwing punches in an Eastern Conference national television game.
But see,
that's your fine.
That used to be child's play.
Oh, yeah. He used to fight all the time.
Yeah, they used to throw punches, legit punches all the time. Now they might get in each other's face, but, you don't have it like you used to.
MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag code next round is where you go right now to get in on that Major League Baseball action. You can play the NBA playoffs as well, but right now, Major League Baseball, you can get those futures on your favorite club to win the World Series. Take advantage of the crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie money bag. MyBookie makes it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. Sign up today at mybookie.ag. Use promo code NEXTROUND to secure a first deposit bonus up to $1,000. For instance, deposit $200, you got $300 you play with instantly. Just use promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. Promo code NEXTROUND. If you're a diehard or just a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Jay says $700 back then was like $3 billion now. Actually, $750 in 1984 buying power today, $2,178.80.
Well, so even still, that's a small fine.
Yeah, that is.
Jokic would have paid $2,000 that night just to push that guy down.
They could have a dunking booth and get up there and do it now.
Yeah.
So we've got basketball again tonight. LT will have a play later on. Philadelphia and Boston and Phoenix and Denver going tonight. We also start the SEC softball tournament today. Alabama actually playing on Wednesday for the first time I can remember. They're a 5 seed as they play the winner of Mississippi State and Missouri tomorrow. Auburn gets the double bye. They're in this thing as the number 3 seed. Maddie Penta is the SEC Pitcher of the Week. She finishes the year in SEC play, only allowing 1.02 runs a game. She's had an unbelievable year, and she sang the national anthem before the final game down in Auburn this past weekend. Maddie Penta, she's been fabulous for Auburn.
Is she a soprano?
I would put her at a soprano, maybe.
Would you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. And then I didn't hear the version of it.
It's a vocally challenging song, though, isn't it, Rockstar? You've sung it before.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's
you got to pick a good range for that one, don't you?
I'm not one of the guys that has that whole harmonica that comes and goes,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
I just got to go. And just whatever key you go, you got to stay in it.
So that's underway. We're winding down in SEC baseball. Alabama's at Riverwalk in Montgomery tonight. Auburn's here in town, now nationally ranked number 23. Tampa Bay beat Baltimore yesterday 3-0. They have a 6.5 game lead in their division. The only team with a bigger lead in their division, the Atlanta freaking Braves, who have a 7-game lead over the New York Mets.
Well, I think they've got both. I think Strider is probably your NL Cy Young, and McClanahan, the way he's throwing right now, another shutout yesterday.
For the Rays.
Yeah,
against
for the Rays.
Orioles.
I think he's probably your AL Cy Young.
Max Fried's on the IL for the Braves, 15-day IL.
I mean, Tampa's just unrelenting right now. I mean, you guys just don't look like you're ever going to go on a losing streak. I know you will at some point. You have to, but they haven't so far this year. 29-7. I still think the Braves are the better team.
I'm thinking about writing a country song called "The 23 Rays." Yeah,
I like it already.
Yeah, wish you would love me like the 23 Rays.
A lot of things rhyme with Rays. Days, Mays. plays.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
a
would
lot
be a
of
hit,
things.
Lunsford, if I wrote a song?
Don't get Bobby Huggins on this.
I hope you love me like I love the 23 Rays. Would that be a hit, Lunsford?
Probably not.
Thank you, Lunsford.
I'm honest with you.
Always there to
He
encourage.
said probably. It's not definite in that.
Our friendship continues to grow strong.
Real,
man.
Jim. I'm always real with you.
Yeah, really good. All right, final hour. We're going to jump into the win totals. TK, little T, has put together a graphic for the SEC win totals. We'll start off the hour with that and then bounce around to the Big 10, Big 12, and the ACC, and a lot more as well coming up on the next round, which is being brought to you in part today by our friend Dr. B. We were talking about Dr. B earlier in the show about how your hair looks like it's alive.
I mean, it's got to be if it's Beckenstein.
It's like Frankenstein.
Dr. Beckenstein was the guy that everybody said call when I started to get a little thin. If it's happening to you or a friend, be preemptive here. Go see Dr. Beckenstein. At least get the consultation that I got. I went in for my second analysis just 2 weeks ago. My hair 119% thicker than it was in September. Dr. B is the man. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. And remember, Dr. B offers that Census Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, call 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today on this Tuesday live. We're going to talk a little football, but we have a passing to tell you about. Denny Crum has passed away.
Oh, wow.
2 NCAA championships at the University of Louisville. Coached for 30 years, 1971 to 2001. Passed away at his home, according to actually the Louisville basketball folks, at the age of 86.
When we were last there, right next to the Yum Center, the building we were actually doing our show from was right. What was the name of the bar? Why can I not say it? Anyway, the place where we were doing our show from in Louisville, the building is right next to the Yum Center and had a massive Denny Crum banner with his photo on it. Who never coached in the Yum Center, by the way, but obviously was Louisville basketball. I mean, you covered him in your time there in Kentucky. He was Louisville basketball to me, even more so than Rick Pitino.
He was, and a really tremendously nice guy. Won the national championship in 1980 and 86. Now, just because he's a nice guy doesn't mean I cheered for him, because in 1980, I remember it seems like we had played an early game or something. We came home real quick, cleats still on, and I watched Louisville and UAB play a game to go to the Final Four. And that was the guy, I remember cheering against, hoping Gene Bartow would get UAB to a Final Four really early in that program, and he would go on and win the national championship. 80 and 86, 2 titles.
I remember always well-dressed,
Yep.
had this, and had a great tan.
He did. He was always very well tan, had the rolled-up paper in his hand, always nattily dressed in the coat and tie. In an era where Bob Knight was completely unlikable. I don't know anybody that liked Bob Knight. Well, I shouldn't say that. A lot of people didn't like Bob Knight. But him, you remember Judd Heathcote at Michigan State?
Terrible haircut.
But
Gene Katie's was worse at Purdue.
Gene Katie at Purdue. I mean, you just had some of those old school coaches back in the day. Rockstar's got it. That is Denny Crum to a T right there, Rockstar.
Yep.
Great photo.
That is, absolutely. And it says here, Crum's teams regularly faced one of the nation's toughest schedules, and his career record was 675 and 295. 42 and 22 in the NCAA tournament.
Well, that's impressive. He was plus 20 in the NCAA tournament?
Yep.
Boy, that's hard to do.
Yeah, because when you lose one.
That's right, Jim. It's over. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it works.
The passing of Denny Crum. 12 years. Can you guys guess what conference he was in for 12 years?
Metro, right?
Yeah, Metro.
The old Metro Conference.
Who all was in that?
South Carolina was in
Florida
it.
State in it?
Florida State.
I think Florida State, Southern Miss, Memphis, Louisville.
South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Yeah, the old school Metro Conference.
Was Cincinnati in there?
Might have been.
Yeah, let me pull that up. Old Metro Conference.
People would bounce around back in the day a little bit, or those conferences would, I guess, right?
I used to say, why do they not make that a football conference? Because all those played independents in football.
Oh, so it was only the Metro was only a basketball conference, and they played as independents. Huh?
Unless, Brown, you were playing at the Pine Bowl, Nerf football in Jim Dunaway's front yard.
Everybody had a conference, didn't they?
Which he took the Metro Conference, and that's where he put his imaginary team.
East Alabama Central State?
The University of South Central Alabama, the Rockets. We were in the Metro Conference.
I love how geographically specific Dunaway's franchise was. South Central Alabama.
Cincinnati, the Georgia Institute of Technology. Is that Georgia Tech?
Yeah, it is Georgia Tech. So this is the old Metro. Cincinnati, Georgia Tech.
Cincinnati, Georgia Tech, Louisville, Memphis State, St. Louis didn't play football. Tulane did. Florida State did. South Carolina was in there. So a fun little league.
That's a good basketball
I think
conference,
Southern Miss was in it at one point too.
Right before they were Sunbelt.
Yeah, maybe
or Conference USA.
There was more. North Division was Boston College, Cincinnati, Pitt, Rutgers, Syracuse, Temple, Virginia Tech, West Virginia.
Oh, Big East put them out of business then.
South went East Carolina, Florida State, Louisville, Memphis State, Miami, South Carolina, Southern Miss, and Tulane. That's a good league. That's even a good football league.
You know, I forget, or I don't forget, but I just happened to cross the other day the 30 for 30 on the death of the Big East. and just how little attention people paid to what the conference meant back then.
Yeah, I'm still shocked that the Big East, what it once was, became what it is now. Now it's a good conference again.
But it was just like, when you watch that thing about the Big East, and we saw it here in the Southeast, it was like the early 80s when somebody finally realized, if we would group together as a conference and get a good TV deal, we would all grow from it. And it's just wild that it took that long for people to figure that out. But boy, once the Big East figured it out, man, they flourished. And of course, in football, the Big Ten and the SEC have.
Of course, the Yum Center court has Denny Crum's name on it. Denny Crum passing away at the age of 86 today. That's one of the big stories this hour of the show, being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. When we were up in Denny's Old Town, Louisville, our friends from Johnston RV Center, they were with us up there in Louisville.
They absolutely were. Really good people there at Johnston RV Center. You can see more I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Get lost in the great outdoors with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center, like 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from $439 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. You can see Johnston RV Center for details. And of course, in May we've got Memorial Day, where we remember those that have paid the ultimate price for our freedom and our nation. And they want to honor the military by giving you a discount. All active and retired military personnel, you get a discount there at Johnston RV Center. See more online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Mr. B says Doctors of Dunk back in the day. Reese goes R.I.P. Denny Crum, tremendous man, the legend there. And some of you talking about him coaching a tournament run one time with kidney stones.
Oh, that'd be tough. We learned when we were there, and I don't know if we ever shared this on the show or told you, Lance, that the Yum Center was actually built in an effort to get the Supersonics when they moved to Oklahoma City.
Yep.
That was why they built that arena.
They were trying to get them from Seattle to Louisville to be the old Kentucky Colonels.
Yeah, they were going to be the Kentucky Colonels again. So to show their dedication to that, they built it. And then in alpha fashion, Rick Pitino stepped in and blocked it. And now Louisville plays there at the Yum Center.
Do you guys believe, though, it would have worked? I mean, obviously it's a great basketball state, but, I got asked over the weekend about why Birmingham doesn't have a professional football team. And it's an easy answer. I mean, there's zero chance we could support one.
Well, I mean, you have to have a lot of financial corporate support and the certain amount of income, the facilities and such. They built the facility with the Yum business model behind them and some other great businesses there in Louisville. It is.
But what you would
is it the home for UPS as well? The hub for UPS?
Yeah, FedEx is Memphis.
FedEx
UPS
is Memphis.
is, yeah.
UPS is there. So when you have the Yum business and the business that is UPS, that's enough corporate support. I do think it would have worked because you're a short drive, from Lexington, another city. Then you've got
Southern Indiana, now you got a lot of Pacers fans up there, obviously.
But you got Pacers fans close, but the only problem is you've got a ton of Louisville fans, a ton of Kentucky fans.
So they could unite and cheer together.
But I get that, but you've got 2 games a week for Louisville and 2 games for Kentucky.
Yeah, you do.
And then you're going to have 3 games a week.
I don't know, but I never knew that about the Yum Center. I just always assumed they built it for Louisville basketball, that's how big Louisville basketball was. But they built it, and Rick Pitino basically stepped in and worked actively, according to people there, worked actively against the NBA coming there.
Much like Bear Bryant did to the NFL back in the day.
Yeah, and they kept the arena, so now Louisville's got one of the best basketball arenas. Any Bama fan that went to that Sweet 16 will tell you it's an incredible arena.
I think the guy told us, Brown, it was the largest
basketball
only facility in the U.S.
Yeah, you can't play hockey in there. And that's one of the things that makes it such a good arena. You are right on top of the action if you're in the
Is it the nicest basketball arena you guys have been in?
Basketball only.
Yeah. It's the best.
So it's the SoFi college basketball.
I wouldn't go that far, no. I mean, I'm sure like Phillips Arena is probably nicer over in Atlanta.
Well,
Phillips?
Yeah, that thing's brand new.
I hate Phillips.
I like Phillips. Phillips is 15 years old.
Yeah, Yum is younger than.
I don't think by much.
Yeah, I hate Phillips Arena.
I don't.
How many games
Phillips.
you been to there?
I've been to a lot. I like Phillips.
I've been to more in Phillips than I have in the Yum Center, and Alabama's never lost in Phillips.
I'm saying Phillips is 15 years old. Phillips was State Farm now, right?
Yum Center was built in 2010, or was open in 2010.
Yeah, State Farm Arena, not Phillips now.
That's true. It is State Farm Arena.
You guys try to find your Minute Maid Field stuff. your Pac Bell Stadium.
This one was, what did you say for yours?
2010, State Farm Arena.
2008, I think.
See?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I don't like Phillips.
Our State Farm.
No. Phillips 1999.
Because I saw a Pearl Jam concert in 2000 at Phillips.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So I told you much older.
Yep.
Lunsford says State Farm Arena club level is the best seat in the arena. Yeah.
Well, it's half that one side, basically.
Yeah. When I said on row
No,
3,
I'm saying the club level on the side that has the seats.
Yeah.
That's the best seat in any arena in the country.
Yeah.
Oh, in the country.
It's big, like comfy recliners, like to sit in.
You know what?
I thought when we had
we really need to work on a camera for you too, because sometimes your faces, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Best seat in any arena ever.
Yes. In my opinion.
Better than your rave theater that shakes when you go see Guardians of the Galaxy?
Okay, first off, it's not called the Rave anymore. It's AMC. Second, the
Boom.
seats don't shake at the AMC. It's at the premiere. And third, I don't like those seats.
Did you get anything right in that?
I guess not. But I agree with you. When our representation back before we made them work, they used to offer us tickets to go to Hawks games, and their tickets were incredible.
Oh, yeah,
incredible.
courtside.
So I think down there was a lot of fun.
It was fun. It was fun. Didn't LeBron and them, did they play when we were there a lot? They checked out.
LeBron, we saw Kobe and LeBron.
Yeah, but LeBron checked out, right?
Yeah.
He didn't really give me a Taylor Swift.
I'll tell you, he didn't check out last night though.
He did not. We'll get to those win totals, but we wanted to get to Denny Crum
Friday.
there. No, we're going to get to him next segment. Denny Crum, though, passing away, and he is an absolute legend there, Basketball Hall of Famer, and our thoughts and prayers to all the Louisville folks and fans of Denny Crum there.
Pritz Law says the gold seats at Legion Field. I never had an opportunity to sit in those, but as
Sat
a
in them
kid,
one time.
I was like, man, those lucky bastards. There was only like 50, right?
Yeah, but I never understood those.
I didn't either. I thought the city of Birmingham owned them, and like they would give them to.
I understood them. I mean, they were 50-yard line front and center, perfect.
Yeah, but I always thought it was a pain in the ass to walk in through the little square tubing, and they were great seats, I'm sure.
They were City of Birmingham owned seats because my grandfather had a chance to get him working at the zoo, and he turned them down because he never would have gone to anything there. But they offered them to people from the City of Birmingham, and they were your seat for whatever.
I think they were owned by the actual Park and Rec folks, and they would give them as incentives to help the Park and Rec.
Heavy air quotes in that.
Wait, so your grandfather he worked for the zoo?
He was the director of the zoo for 30 years.
Oh, but he wasn't like a guy that caged the snakes or
No,
anything.
he ran the zoo.
The director
Had a
of
wax
the zoo.
mustache and a big high top hat.
Yeah, my mom was born and raised in a zoo.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that? You don't hear that sentence a lot.
But I wish you'd taken the gold seats. It wouldn't mean anything now, but growing up at Legion Field, I could have had the gold seats.
So was he a legit zookeeper? Is that what you call
He was the executive director of the zoo.
Well, no, but like if somebody says, "What does your grandfather do?" He's the zookeeper in Birmingham. Did you ever say that?
I'd say he ran the zoo. That's a simple way to say it.
So he ran the zoo. Is that the same side of the family that changed car industries?
No, that was my dad.
That was your dad's
Yeah,
side.
my dad and grandfather started Express Oil Change.
Well, I mean, I didn't want you to go full name there.
Just
Mash your brakes.
Yeah.
Give me your left turn signal, your right turn signal.
Lunsford's always asked me to hold my horn at him.
All right, you shut her off now. Clear on 2.
Well, for those that missed it, go ahead and say it again, Lunsford. I wasn't going to expose your net worth, but go ahead. I mean, you guys basically changed car care for America. Nobody else in the world did it the way you guys did it.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, the
and y'all
story I've
changed that.
heard, your granddad went out west on a trip, right? And that was the first time he ever saw a quick oil change joint. And he's like, I'm going to bring that back to Birmingham.
Bring that back to Birmingham. And it was, I mean, for around here, it was the only thing for a while. I mean, I know it's commonplace now, but. Yeah.
But he didn't name it Express Oil. It was Jim and Jim's, right? And
Jim
Express
and Jim's
Oil
was a shop downtown Homewood that was like his shop. And it was where Cahaba Cycle is now in Homewood.
Yeah.
When he passed away, they sold it. But anyway.
Well, you know what? I think we should have a mystery fifth hour on like the most interesting thing about each of our families.
Oh, I'm related to a president.
That was going to be episode 11 of our documentary we're coming out this summer with, but I can find something else to do episode 11.
I'm related to a president, so I'll tell that story.
I don't know if I can tell my most interesting one.
Oh, you can on a mystery fifth hour.
Oh, I don't
Anything
know if
goes.
I
There are
can.
no rules.
I don't know
there
if I
are
can.
no rules.
I think there might be on this one.
Okay.
Episode 11, as we were winding down and started to launch this, and we're trying to get the perfect fit up here, was going to be 23 and Us. Was the title for episode 11. We were going to talk about
We've already
our
worked on this.
Huh?
You already worked on this?
13 episodes ready to go, man.
You
Pencil them out.
What's amazing about this is Dunaway once argued that it was a bad idea for us to do this. Nobody cares about this, Brown. I mean, I'll do it, but nobody
That
cares
is not true. I just don't want to do a big.
100%
That is
it's
not.
true.
I just
You're
don't want to
lying.
do a big clump.
No, you said, I mean, it was one of those days where you were in a pissy mood and anything anybody brought up you didn't want to do.
So it was a Tuesday.
That time of month for you.
So it was a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Or
You gonna get to those win totals?
Yes, everyone knows now that Lunsford has oil change money.
You ought to talk like buckshot the rest of them.
I can't even do it. Lunsford, man, you're one of a kind, man. One of a kind. And I appreciate all your financial support over the years. He's my sugar daddy. Lunsford.
wow.
I thought he takes all your money.
Yeah.
He does. But he
recycles
Does
it
he
back.
give it back?
He gives it back to me. He always does. He'll buy me lunch every now and then. Fills up my car for me. He's very good. Puts my kids through
Law,
college.
There is a happy hour today, 3:30 live.
Yeah, absolutely. That's those young ladies who'll be coming in here, right?
Yes.
Brittany and Kelly.
Yep. Brittany
Yes.
Wagner, Kelly Hunter.
It's on the platform later on today. Our friends at Weight of Wellness can help you get into shape in 2023. Jumpstart that weight loss. Maybe get your cholesterol or blood pressure numbers in check. Listen, there are many different plans out there that you can use, but a lot of them are cookie cutter plans. Leslie, her board certified team, they designed every weight loss plan or healthy journey, whether it's weight loss, cholesterol, blood pressure problems. They designed every plan specifically for you. Board certified team, medical support, everything you need is all at Way to Wellness. Way, the number 2, and the word wellness. Way to Wellness, WEIGH. I have a lot of people who email me sometimes with WAY. It is way like weighing to wellness. There's no contract. There's no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free, so it's no out-of-pocket money there. Just go to this website and see all the details, and it works and it's life-changing. I promise you. Aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Go check it out. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Win totals, Rockstar.
Going up
when we come back.
Oh, yeah.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Rockstar is dying for these win totals. We're about to get to scratching like you need a fix.
No, I just want to know, what is Arkansas? That's the big one.
I would say Arkansas 6.5.
I would go 7 or 7.5.
We'll get to that in just a second. I know Bobby from Homewood's dying to hear more about my daughter's trip to Taylor Swift up in Nashville this weekend, but she made it back last night.
Thankfully.
Did she walk?
Did Taylor, did she have a delay in her concert? And did she play 3+ hours?
She did. But I asked my daughter, I said, hey, would you wish it would have been a sunny night and everything had gone off on time, or have the delay and get the rain concert? And she said 100% I would not change anything.
Well, that's because she's young.
Yeah, but that's how iconic of a performance it was. Yeah. It was really insane.
But would you want it like that?
Well, I thought the girl that went with her was equally the same fan of Taylor Swift as my daughter was, and that is not the case. So I was wondering why my daughter was not returning texts, but her friend was to me, letting me know they were okay and everything. It turns out that a couple of times in the 3.5, are we sure she's going to go on? Should we not just go back to the hotel?
Yeah. Broadway's fun, even in the rain.
Yeah, chances you would have waited 3.5 hours for anything.
Zero.
Yeah, if Sean McVay was going to walk in and give you the game plan for next year, you wouldn't have waited 3.5 hours.
Well, maybe for that.
Tupac, if they brought him back from the grave.
Oh, yeah.
Quick, yes. Oh, yeah.
He's not going to be saying much, but we're going to bring him back. A lot skinnier than you remember.
Storm Restoration Roofing. Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, the respected roofing contractor we talk about here on our show. That's because Greg and his wife own this company that's been locally owned for over 20 years. The best roofing contractor you'll ever need, the last one you'll ever need. He wants to give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. What that means is you call Greg up right now, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, and Greg will come out to your house. He'll give you a roof inspection, let you know if there's any problems on your roof, loose shingles, any of that stuff that could cause problems that you need repaired. No obligation, but he'll do that for you for free. Storm damage, he'll come out to your house and secure your property after some damage there. Need a roof replaced? He does that for you too. 205-542-3531. It's got some special offers for vets and people who are active members of our military as well, just to say thank you for your service. You can look him up on Facebook as well. Greg from Pell City. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. We're going to put the win totals up real quick, and I want some reaction to you guys. This is the SEC win totals from our friends at DraftKings. Georgia, 11.5. These are only regular season, so it's either unbeaten or not unbeaten for Georgia, or as I like to call it, where Alabama used to always be.
I take the over. I mean, I just don't know what I couldn't, with a good conscience, walk to the window and pick them losing one of these games.
Yeah, but you just said the other day.
I know, Lance.
Looking at it, it doesn't look like there's a game they can lose. But the chances of going 3 consecutive SEC schedules undefeated is
Well, let me tell you, I'd
usually slim and none.
I'd bet the over, and I'd cringe like heck when they go to Tennessee. That's really the only one that would worry me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to play the under here. I think they're 11-1.
Alabama is at 10.5, which in the past used to always look like a steal.
Yeah. I also would take the over here.
I would take the under here. I think 10-2 is a number.
Yeah, 10-2. I'd go with 11-1 for Alabama.
DraftKings has Tennessee and LSU both at 9-5. We'll have to talk to Lil T. Is it just my Alabama-ism, or does that Tennessee logo look bigger than everybody else's?
Jeez.
No way.
God.
I got too much Tennessee in my life these days, little
So
T. Come on.
Tennessee's an under, LSU's an over.
I think that's how I would go with those two, yeah.
Yeah. Ole Miss.
Under.
Texas A&M,
No,
Arkansas, all 7.5 on win totals.
I think I would go over on A&M. I would go under on Arkansas.
I'll go over on Ole Miss.
Over on Auburn.
We're not there yet.
We're not there
Sorry.
yet. Yeah.
I'd go over
It's
on
tough
Ole
to see from this.
Yeah, it is.
I'd go over on Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss could be an 8 or 9 win team. I like Jackson Dart. I think A&M is spot on right there. I guess I'd go over at 8, and I'd go under on Arkansas.
Then you get a big chunk of teams that basically it's almost bowl or not. Auburn, Kentucky, Mississippi State, Vandy, and South Carolina all at 6.5.
Vandy?
No, excuse me. Did I say Vandy?
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
sorry. Auburn, Kentucky, Mississippi State, Missouri, South Carolina, all at 6.5.
By the way, I'm taking the under on Vandy at 6.5.
The only one I feel great about is, well, I don't feel great about any. I would take Auburn and Kentucky's over, and the others, I think I'd probably play the unders.
Boy, I mean,
the best bet on the board to me, Brown and LT, I told this to LT earlier, is over 6.5 on Kentucky.
I got to look. They normally play a crap out of conference schedule.
And Louisville.
Well, I mean,
Last
of
year,
late that hasn't been great.
You did some of these win totals with me.
I did.
And that was one you won.
Kentucky's out of conferences: Ball State, Eastern Kentucky, Akron. I mean, it's an embarrassing out of conference.
That's
schedule.
3 right there, not counting the Louisville game.
Yeah, they're at Louisville, which makes it tough. So you got 3 right there. They're at Vandy. They really ought to start 4-0. If Kentucky's not 4-0, something is going terribly awry.
And they've got Devin Leary at quarterback.
And then they host Florida, which I would imagine Kentucky's favorite in that game.
They would be.
Hosting Florida, so they could easily be 5-0 going to Georgia.
Okay, when's the schedule get tough?
Well, going to Georgia.
Okay.
So they're 5-1, worst case
5-1.
scenario.
They come back home, play Missouri. There will be a favorite there.
So they could be 6-1.
It gets tricky after the bye, Lance, because they've got Tennessee at home.
I just need one more win.
Tennessee's on that rivalry. Tennessee at home, at State, Alabama at home, at South Carolina, at Louisville. So past the bye, the wins get skinnier and skinnier. But boy, before the bye, that is a manageable schedule for them.
I think they're 7-5.
What a terrible out of conference.
I think they could be 8 or 9 wins for Kentucky.
So how about we do it this way?
No.
What?
We're going to do some win totals. We'll do that bet like we always did.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know how we did it last year. If you remind me how we did it, I was going to say you do 10 totals, you get 7 out of 10, you win.
I'll go back and look how we did it, but I'm okay with that. That's fine.
Okay.
I was just saying, to me, Kentucky.
You like that over?
That's my favorite one on the board.
So far.
Back to the graphic.
This is embarrassing. What's next?
Florida surprises me at 5.5 and Vandy's 3.5
it's
to wrap up the league.
Somebody said in the chat room, Daniel, that at 7.5 is that it's in the conversation for A&M as an indictment on Jimbo. The fact that Florida's at 5.5 is an indictment on that program. How do you ever let the Florida program fall to where their win total is 5.5?
I mean, over 7.5 with A&M seems easy.
Oh, I disagree.
Over 6.5 for Kentucky seems easy.
I tend to agree on that one. I don't know what you do with Florida, so they're 5.5.
I'd go under.
You got to find me 6 wins here. Y'all ready?
Yep.
We've done this, I think, once already.
Have we?
Yeah.
We'll see if anything's changed.
I mean, it seems like it comes down to that Utah opener.
At Utah.
A loss.
All right, here's McNeese. That's a win. Tennessee. That's at home. That helps you.
I think it's a loss.
Charlotte. So you could be 2-2.
Yep.
At Kentucky. Vandy. So you're 3-3, assuming you beat Vandy. At South Carolina.
Loss.
Georgia neutral site.
Loss.
Arkansas at home.
Loss.
At LSU.
Loss.
At Mizzou. And then FSU. It's hard to find 6 wins. I think I got to bet the under on Florida.
Like, to me, it's 6 wins if you beat Utah, 5 wins if you don't.
I'm not sure Napier survives that.
No,
yeah, 5 and 7 he wouldn't.
Yeah, a losing record in year 2.
Year 2. I just don't know that he survives those first 2 seasons like that. What was your reaction? You agree he doesn't survive that, or you think I'm too quick on that?
At 5 wins? No.
Yeah, 5 and 7. I'm not sure Napier lives through that.
The only thing that let Jimbo survive a 5-win season last year was the fact that he had a contract that they could not pay out.
Yeah, the money was too big.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what Billy's contract is, and Florida doesn't have Texas A&M's money. They don't have oil change money. So you got to have some money to pay out a contract. I don't know what Billy Napier's deal is, but I don't think you survive 5 wins.
The stadium's named after citrus magnates. Ben Hill Griffin, that was a citrus family, big orange producers.
Yeah, we still drink that, don't we? It still drinks good.
Our shoe still drinks good. Hey, how about something from way back at the first hour that jumped out at me in the Dan Wetzel interview is the fact that the Phoenix Suns owner was a walk-on at Michigan State, and they got the Rocket Mortgage guy that basically just guaranteed Mel Tucker's contract.
Well, that's how this guy made all the money, too.
Yeah. Was Rocket Mortgage?
No, he's got a different
rival.
mortgage company.
He's the rival of Rocket Mortgage.
I mean, how
And
nice
both at
must
Michigan
it be
State.
to be a Michigan State athletic director, and you got those two guys?
Yep.
It's amazing they're not better in athletics than they are overall.
Yeah, it's because they spend their money on their coach.
People are like, God, they keep picking bad coaches at football.
That's the SEC win total. One more time for Sir Taylor with such a great job on this graphic. You look at those right there, Georgia, Alabama, little separation, Tennessee and LSU, that top line, 11, 10, 9, and 9, and then a big gap to sort of middle of the pack.
I always feel like when we do this exercise, I end up with a bunch of overs. Is that a layman's? Layman?
Hey, so he donated $32 million to Michigan State.
Who did, the Suns owner?
Yep.
Seems like pocket change for a guy that can own the Suns.
$32 million?
He took $25K away from Jokic the other night.
That's right. He ought to pass that on.
I bet he spent that on dinner.
We're going to do 4 downs coming up in our next segment and do more win totals from the Big 10, Big 12, and the ACC on this win total Tuesday here.
You can do it on the fly, too. Like, you can, like, I love this one, like Kentucky, and that can be one of yours. And just as we go, you can collect 10.
Final segment of the show, just to appease Lance.
Or we can talk more Taylor Swift.
No. I can do both at the same time.
What are the win totals for Conference USA?
UAB's not in that anymore.
Yeah, right, Star. It's not a good joke.
Jack State is, though.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
Rock Chalk Gamecock.
Rich Rod over. Take the over with Rich Rod at Jack State. Final segment of the show. I'll write it down. Stake bet with Lance about something.
I think we got to apologize to Morgan Wallen, too.
Why?
Well, because news has come out now. He's canceled 6 weeks of shows.
I mean, why are we apologizing to him?
Well, because everybody killed him for canceling that show in Oxford, and everybody's, he was drunk. He had to be hauled off. He's canceled 6 weeks of shows.
I want to
he
point
could have
something
a legit
out.
issue.
I've had friends that have gone to rehab. Typically, it's 6 weeks.
Okay.
In the category of
shutdown,
in the category of apologies, that is not one of them.
Apparently, Lance does not feel the same way I feel.
The show being brought to you by the people I like to call Precision Sports. Right now, I'm not going to have to go see them, but I may at some point.
Is it getting better?
Look at this.
Well, he can't even do a full golf swing, though. He was
I
showing
know,
me
but I can
earlier.
do this now, Brown, which means my perfect dance move is back when I like to go this.
That is a perfect dance move.
You can be the St. Joe's Eagles.
Yeah.
Hey, your favorite provider out there is Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something in the attic, hurt the elbow, shooting hoop in the driveway.
Fell over a gas pump.
Fell over a gas pump. These things happen. Boy, Dunaway is a 100. Are you a 100 or 99?
Life is good these days.
Man, I tell you what, I've had so many people mention Margarita Fridays after your performance on the Margarita the other day. That was a high watermark for you, I think.
Well,
the only thing that's brought me down recently is I think I got questioned about the amount of hours I spend at work yesterday.
I knew that was coming. No, Dunaway does not love to do anything more than talk about behind-the-scenes stuff on the show that nobody cares
how did
about.
you get questioned?
I don't know. I take everything personal. I thought it was.
Really?
No, you think everything is about you.
He really does.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, all about you. Again, call 205-512-3885. They can get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Four Downs today, being brought to you by our friends at the Lake Fest coming up. Lake Fest, that wonderful, wonderful event that has been going on for a few years now, gets us a chance to wake up some echoes.
Hey, is there a chance you go see the Velcro Pygmies on Saturday?
Saturday, looking ahead to Saturday. I got no plans
Yeah,
right now.
if I'm in town, I think I might check it out. Again, if you are in town, this is somewhere you want to be. The Logan Martin Lake Fest Boat Show presented by AmFirst, May 12th through the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. It's the admissions free to the public. Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats and vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend long. Again, including that free Velcro Pygmies concert on Saturday. And how about this? For Mother's Day on Sunday, free mimosas for the moms. Go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com for more information.
Two things. Better chance I go if you go.
Okay.
Maggie's got to preach Sunday morning, so Saturday will be a wash for me because she'll be all, working, getting ready for Sunday. And can we hear the stage from the water? Like, can we be on a boat and listen to the Velcro Pygmies? Because that sounds like a win-win.
Well, I don't have a boat.
Yeah, that's going to be your problem right there.
I don't know anybody on Logan Martin that has a boat.
That's two.
Well, that's
now,
why you
I could
said
reach
over
out to
our
Eric.
platform, and then boats start
I mean,
popping out of the water.
we're advertising for them. Why don't they give you all a boat to ride around?
Are you out on Saturday?
I don't even know what I got going on Saturday. I wouldn't count on me.
You don't do anything with us anymore.
Huh?
You are somebody we don't see on weekends.
Yeah. You literally are somebody we used to know.
Yeah.
I mean, what do y'all want me to do? What do y'all do on weekends without me?
Well, we have fun.
Yeah, I mean, we had margaritas Sunday.
I don't think you even asked me to go.
Your daughter's graduating. It's a big time of year.
I got to tell y'all, when I get home, man, I don't like leaving home. Y'all know that. Y'all know once y'all let me get home, I'm very unlikely to come back out. And that pertains to the weekends, too. I get home, and then I'm home.
Put that in a T-shirt.
Yeah,
Lonzo.
can we sell that
I
one?
get
First
home,
down.
and I'm home.
Better chance of getting one more ring, Steph Curry or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers. Again, man, as I declared earlier in the show, Warriors are getting old. They're going to start fading, and I know Aaron Rodgers is old.
Lunsford, can you get Brown a fork so he can go ahead and just officially stick it in Steph Curry and the Warriors? I know they're not going to win it this year, but there's a chance that Steph at 35 can find a group of guys to make one more run.
LeBron's a little old too, isn't he?
He's 38.
Well, yeah, but we're not debating LeBron here.
Yeah. LeBron relies on 1980s Cardinals, Lonnie Walker, to help save him these days.
Hey, 38-year-old LeBron, you know what he's up in that series right now? 3-1. Because you know who's old? The Warriors.
Hey, Lonnie Walker has fallen out of that rotation, but that fourth quarter.
Where'd he play college?
Miami.
15 points in the fourth quarter. And if you'd have told me, Jim, Lonnie Walker, what does he play? And I said, oh, man. He was a great left fielder for the old Whitey Herzog St. Louis Cardinals.
It does sound like an old school baseball player. Have you watched? Has he played much this year, Lonnie Walker?
He did. I started like the first 20-something games. For
really? How about that?
Yeah. First 20.
Yeah.
Second down.
Today's May 9th. Better number 9, Drew Brees or Reggie Jackson?
I mean, Reggie Jackson pretty much only played in the postseason. What?
Like same thing with Michael Jordan.
No, he's like a 260 hitter, wasn't he? I mean, he's basically known for what he does in the postseason.
Reggie Jackson.
I guess what? Drew Brees didn't play in the postseason.
Oh, but Drew Brees, I mean, he was the all-time leading passer in the NFL, Lance, until Tom Brady passed him.
Does Reggie not have 500 home runs?
His offense. Oh, yeah, he does.
I mean, a lot of people used to do that back then, though.
I mean,
a lot of people did that?
Yeah.
I mean, before he was a Yankee, Reggie Jackson
was an A, right?
A star for the Oakland Athletics.
Okay, he is a career 262.
Okay, 262.
But 563 home runs.
All right, so he hit for power.
563 home runs.
Former MVP, two-time World Series MVP.
That's why I said that about the postseason.
And won 5 rings.
Yeah, that's what he's known as Mr. October. I mean, he would basically loaf it through the regular season and show up for the postseason. I need a full 162.
Okay, well, I don't think he had any 3 consecutive 7-9 seasons and blown.
Oh, I bet you he did.
Blown playoff games.
Bull crap! I bet you he did. Go look at some of those old Oakland teams. I bet you they didn't make the playoffs.
Oh, the Oakland teams were great.
Oh, that was
when
a dynasty.
When he left Oakland,
bro.
it was a dynasty.
Yeah, how many years did they make the playoffs when he was there?
I think they won. Yeah, I think they won 3
it was harder to make
series.
The playoffs. You either had to win
your division
or not.
AL West or bust. Yeah. It's Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, Reggie Jackson for me.
I'm going to go Drew Brees.
I couldn't tell which one side you were on, though.
Reggie Jackson for me, and Oakland A, Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, Drew Brees is better post-career with some of these food moves he's made.
Oh, Reggie was in Naked Gun.
Tried to kill the Queen.
That's right. He tried to kill the Queen.
I saw it the other night, and I forgot how was it his demise or the Queen's demise, or both?
The Queen made it through.
Oh, no.
The Queen lived.
So he falls off and he lands on another lady, right?
No,
Nope, that's O.J. Simpson.
His chip gets deactivated, then it goes to Priscilla Presley, and she has to kill the Queen.
Yeah. Ricardo Montalban falls and gets trampled by the band and the steamroller.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was Enrico Palazzo.
That damn
Enrico
steamroller.
Palazzo is Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah. You know what was so unrealistic about it? When Ricardo gets run over by the steamroller, there's no blood.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, that's when I just shut it down.
You hear him go, you hear it go
yeah.
But the USC marching band gets him.
Billy Joel, 74 today. More overrated, Billy Joel or Carmelo Anthony?
Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, you don't
I hate
like
to say it, but I mean, I don't want to go overrated with Carmelo Anthony. He was good for a moment. I'm not a Billy Joel fan, though, Brown, but...
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't call myself... I don't celebrate his catalog, but Billy Joel's had a bunch of hits, man.
Watch this, though. I saw this somehow in a documentary, I think, the other night.
Okay.
But this is a true story. Maybe it was on TikTok, Brown.
I don't know.
Billy Joel did not sell the first 2 rows
That's true.
of the seats of his concert.
Yep.
And the roadies would go out and pull people from the back up to the front row. You know why? Because he said the people in the front row, when they would sell those tickets, it would be like guys up with their mistresses or just like rich people who were like, entertain me, piano man.
That's right.
So it made him feel awkward.
He got them.
Made him feel awkward, so he didn't sell the first 2 rows and he'd give it to the cool kids in the back.
I never liked Carmelo. I thought his best moment was as a freshman when Syracuse won a national championship.
Well, I thought it was when he did the press conference. He said, I thought you were supposed to go to college for 4 years. I'm coming back. He didn't come back.
He was a really, really good player for a long time. I did think he was somewhat overrated. I said a long time ago that he would never win an NBA championship.
But you hate Billy Joel.
So I would go Billy Joel, more overrated, though.
Yeah, you do not like Billy Joel.
I don't.
My favorite Billy Joel song, Allentown?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm a big Billy Joel guy.
Have you heard that, like, he had a method to writing his songs, and the only one he didn't use that method on,
Uptown Girl.
No, was We Didn't Start the Fire. Like, he would come up with a melody first and then write around that. And We Didn't Start the Fire, he did the lyrics, and he was like, there really is no melody to that song. It's just a bunch of...
Hated that song, too.
Yeah,
Uptown Girl's one of the worst ones I've ever heard.
I don't disagree with that.
Rockstar did a spoof song on We Didn't Start the Fire.
No, he did crush Christy Brinkley in her heyday.
Yeah.
That is right.
So, I mean, that's pretty strong. But, musicians...
They got a lot of money.
Yeah.
See, I grew up in...
down.
I grew up in the depressions of the 70s, whatever we called that in the 70s, when everything was falling apart during the Carter administration.
Uh-huh.
So Allentown was sort of the theme for being poor in America.
Well, we might need a new Allentown the way things are going.
Never heard it.
Thank you for the 23 Rays. What's it called?
I was actually stealing a Morgan Wallen song about the something Braves.
Hey, so Tony Gwynn would have been 63 years old today.
Slap hitter.
Most unathletic Hall of Famer ever you guys can remember in any sport.
Babe Ruth doesn't look like he would be a good
that's a good one.
5-on-5 guy, pickup guy.
I think the Babe liked the buffet and the cigars. I mean, probably, Morton Anderson's in, right? He's a kicker. How athletic could he be?
Is Craig Stadler a Hall of Fame golfer?
He's won the Masters.
Is John Daly a Hall of Fame golfer?
He's got 2 majors. That generally get you in, yeah. I would not call John Daly very athletic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys.
John Kruk?
Yeah, I don't think Kruk's in the Hall, though, is he?
No, he's not.
Where is John Kruk these days? Did he die? He's never on MLB anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's only got 1 nut, right?
I think that is correct, yeah. I've never investigated, but I believe that is accurate.
I checked.
Yeah.
Apparently, Morton Anderson had a 38-inch vertical.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Oh, come on. Seriously?
I'm reading Pritch Law, and he never lies to us.
I got to check his wiki.
I doubt his vertical is going to be on there.
Well, I mean, I'd put it on there if I had a 38.
While you're there, check John Kruk's.
See, he said he made that up. Told you.
Pritch Law, don't do that. Now I can't trust anything you do.
I know.
Anything. Now.
Paul says Crucky's on the local Phillies broadcast. Bob says Daly's playing with Taylor Hicks at Saul's. I do believe that is correct.
Is that a tonight thing?
I think they're playing tonight, but I'm not certain.
I will tell you, I don't know what Pritch Law, maybe he just guessed this, but according to Wikipedia, Anderson was born in Copenhagen, raised in the west Jutland town of Sture. As a student, he was a gymnast and a long jumper, and just missed becoming a member of the Danish junior national soccer team. So maybe we underestimated his skill set.
Way to go, Pritch Law. You got it right. You lied and you got it right. Should be a great game show. Call it Lie the Truth.
Nope, let's change the name.
That's our 4 Downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Lake Fest. Man, can't wait to get over there.
Yeah, it is this weekend. Logan Martin Lake Fest, presented by AmFirst, May 12th through the 14th. Make sure you get in. The music's going to be incredible. You've got the Velcro Pygmies playing that free concert on Saturday. Admission is free to the public. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats, vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend long. Free mimosas on Sunday for the mom for Mother's Day. Go to LoganMartinLakefest.com for more information.
I will spend the next 180 seconds coming up with 10 over and unders that will win me another steak from Lance.
Oh, I'm going to go pee.
Brown's going to spend the next 180 seconds.
I might join you.
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
I'm going to need a little time, LT. Tell us about Hemphill while I come up with my final 3.
Well, that's pretty quick, though. You're already buzzing through it. Yeah, our friends at Hemphill, they want to remind you that the spring weather is here. So you may need to make sure that HVAC is up and operating. And our friends at Hemphill, they've got that $69 special right now. Make sure you give our friends at Hemphill a call, 205-229-2090. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
You need more time, Jim?
Yeah, you got some stories, Brown? I need 2 more.
Yeah, I really don't.
So did you say when you said Morgan Wallen it was voice rest?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
I mean, you labeled him in rehab. Really
no,
quickly.
I just said that's a time frame for people that go to rehab is about 6 weeks.
Well, he said doctors have told him if he'll rest his voice for 6 weeks, then he'll be okay.
Yeah,
and can continue singing.
And he said they also said if I don't listen, I keep singing, then I'll permanently damage my voice. Again, that could be the reason. It just 6 weeks sounds like a long time to raise a voice.
Didn't Adele have to do something like this?
I don't know if it was 6 weeks. Rockstar, I mean, you're the musician. Does 6 weeks sound a little excessive?
But he's not like a screamer or anything.
Yeah,
he's not like a guy that like.
Well, he's also released a video here. Now I can't listen to it.
He's not like Freddie Mercury where he's got all this range.
Right. That's Adele. Adele does have a lot of range.
He's released a video on his social media.
Uh-huh.
Well, we can play that. I mean, Morgan would want us to play that for his fans. Can you pull it up, Rockstar or Forrester or anybody? Instagram Morgan Wallen.
No, it's on his Twitter at Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, at Morgan Wallen Rockstar. He's got a video up, and now he's talking. So he's, I mean, I don't know if this is some sort of ruse, Lance, and he's just trying to pull the curtain over the fact that he's actually at rehab.
No, I mean, I would love to
give him the benefit of the doubt.
I would give him the benefit of the doubt.
Does Oklahoma play Ohio State?
No, Notre Dame does.
He just sold his Nashville home for $835,000. I'm a little surprised he didn't get more for this. It's a nice house.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Rockstar's got Morgan Wallen announcing that he's out for 6 weeks.
I'm going to go ahead and get straight to it. I got some bad news from my doctors at the Vanderbilt Voice Center yesterday.
That does sound made up.
After taking 10 days of vocal rest, I performed 3 shows last weekend in Florida, and by the third one, I felt terrible. So I went in and got scoped yesterday, and they told me that I re-injured my vocal cords and that I have vocal fold trauma. Their advice is that I go on vocal rest for 6 weeks. So that's what I'm going to do. They want me not to talk at all, but they said if I need to, it's okay for something like this. I also tore my lat while we were in Australia. I've been trying to work through that quietly, but this time off is going to help me get that back right as well. We're working on rescheduling all the dates during this time frame. We've almost got that done, but some of them are pending, so I'll keep you updated. I won't be able to make these festivals that I have during this time frame, but we are going to make those right in next year. I won't be able to do the ACM awards.
We get it, man. You can't.
Yeah.
Anything within 6 weeks.
It's for a great cause. They told me that if I do this the right way, that I'll get back to 100%. And they also said that if I don't listen and I keep singing, then I'll permanently damage my voice. So for the longevity of my career, this is just the choice I had to make.
Okay, I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, for somebody,
he's already got brain damage apparently.
For somebody had to rest his voice, that's a long video. I got to tell you.
Still going, but I want to jump in real quick.
Okay.
And defend Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
Now, here's a guy who doesn't release hits 12 songs at a time on albums, okay? This guy drops them 36 at a time. He double albums every time he drops a new album, and they are awesome songs. He's a great songwriter.
Okay.
Writes his own stuff.
Yep.
I mean, obviously some collaborators, but he's in the room when it happens, like Taylor Swift. So I will defend.
He's in the room.
I will defend.
I like it.
I will defend Morgan Wallen.
No, I think you respect guys and girls that write their own songs more than military generals.
I respect the military. Don't try to pay me into some communist corner. All of our men and women in the military, I respect them.
Especially the songwriters.
If you write a military song,
can you imagine if
that's my sweet spot.
Straight to the top.
Patton wrote a couple of songs.
Yeah. Okay.
Over here, over there.
Somebody keep up with these real quick. Where's Lunsford? He's got the good penmanship. Someone keep me up with this. Here we go.
All right.
He already rushed.
Let's pretend like everything we do is archived.
Has he already left for the day? Oh, we've got our meeting.
We got to go. Yeah, he's already got
Let's do this tomorrow.
No. Here we go.
Okay, all right, fine.
Ready. I mean, I promised it in this segment here. I didn't know Morgan Wallen was going to go 3 minutes. Kentucky over the 6.5.
Like it.
Duke over the 6.5.
I shouldn't have mentioned Duke today.
UCF over the 6.5.
Gus Bus.
Auburn over the 6.5.
All overs.
Texas A&M over the 7.5. USC over the 9.5.
Have you done an under?
UAB under the 6.5.
Oh, wow.
Virginia Tech over the 5.5. West Virginia over the 4.5.
Huggy Bear.
And Tennessee under the 9.5. Those are my 10.
I made the mistake of commenting on Duke and UAB, and I think I gave you 2 winners. You aren't going to play Duke's over.
If you'd have been here for Dill
This guy.
never going
He
under
steals
UAB.
more music than Billy Joel.
I ain't writing my own.
Top of the hour. Love Billy Joel. Till next time, God bless you and God bless America.